An Odyssey Sports Station. Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with the Sports Center update. First on The Fan, it's NBA Draft Lottery night. The Portland Trailblazers with the 10th best odds of drawing the number one overall pick at 3.7%. The Jazz, Wizards, and Hornets share the best odds of winning that top selection at 14% each. Tumani Kamara will represent the Blazers at the lottery in Chicago tonight. That program starts at 4 o'clock on ESPN. On the hardwood, the Celtics try to even their series with the Knicks in Game 4 at Madison Square Garden. Tip-off for that one right after the lottery on ESPN at about 4:30. Boston, a 6.5-point road favorite. Then at 7, also on ESPN, the Warriors try to even their series against the T-Wolves at Chase Center. Steph Curry still out with that hamstring injury. Minnesota laying 5.5 on the road. In NFL scheduling news, we've learned that the Week 1 opener will feature the defending Super Bowl champion Philadelphia Eagles hosting their division rival Dallas Cowboys on Thursday Night Football to kick off the 2025 campaign. Philly already a touchdown favorite for that game in Las Vegas. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work? Insurance companies acting like jerks? Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The Fan Merch Locker has a new black 1080 The Fan hoodie, as well as classic long and short sleeve tees. Get yours now at 1080thefan.com. This week, the second major of the golf season heads to Quail Hollow, home of the Green Mile finish.
Have you even shot one of these things before?
This is a PGA Championship Week edition of Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
Brought to you by Langdon Farms Golf Club, the best course in the Northwest for year-round golf. Book your tee time at langdonfarms.com.
Why do I have to be in camouflage so the big bad quail doesn't see me?
PGA Championship Week on Primetime with Isaac and Sue on 1080.
I don't even know what the a quail is.
The Fan.
Hey, what it do?
Ahoy!
I know what a quail is.
It's a fun little open.
That is, Buck did that.
Yeah, I like
Ryan
that.
Buckley over
Yeah.
there.
Hey, look at that.
I always
Buck,
thought,
Buck being a real go-getter.
yeah, I always thought that Swigard did those.
Yeah.
But apparently I'm wrong about
Well,
that.
Swigard writes the copy and then sends the copy to our voiceover guy, and then I get that back, and then I put in music and clips.
Nice.
Let's see.
So where does the I don't even know what a quail is come from?
It was just a very loose brain association for me between Quail Hollow and the quail hunting scene in Wedding Crashers. So that is Vince Vaughn and Owen Wilson going out quail hunting, and Owen Wilson doesn't even know what the F a quail looks like.
Well, doesn't everyone know that a quail is some sort of bird, though?
Probably.
I think it's common knowledge, yeah.
Right?
But do you know what a quail looks like?
I can't say that I do. I picture
Got that little thing on their head.
I picture like a pheasant.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a baby pheasant,
Yeah.
kind of.
It looks like a pheasant.
I figure like if you told me you were shooting quail and I had to identify like in a police lineup quail, look, there may be some charges because maybe an innocent bird is catching some strays, but I have a rough idea of what I'm shooting at. You know, it's I think I could tell the difference between a pigeon and a quail, but a pheasant and a quail and a dove,
Pheasant, quail,
maybe
dove.
not. The dove's
I think
white.
You could, because the quail has he's right. The quail has the little. It's almost like it's going to the Kentucky Derby.
Yeah,
That little
it's
feather
got a
out.
fancy hat.
Yeah, it's got a little feather coming out of its little head.
But I wouldn't know that.
Well, but I think by process of elimination, you know that a pheasant doesn't have that. So you would say,
Do
okay,
I know the pheasant doesn't have that?
I think you do.
I think the pheasant has long.
And a dove doesn't.
A long tail. No, the dove would be the one that I would be most likely to identify. Although, do I think?
Whoa.
Oh boy, my computer's doing it again.
It's going to break. It's going to blow up.
Oh boy.
Yeah, that's when it got. It did that.
Oh my God.
Yep, it did
An
this,
Odyssey Station.
It did this a couple weeks ago.
Did you bring
What
a
is
nuclear football in with you
What
today?
is happening?
Hard drive not installed.
Oh, it's installed.
That's too bad, because I'm pretty sure your hard drive is installed.
Oh, remember, like this was like a couple weeks ago. My
What?
computer did this, and I
Listen.
I don't know.
So the company gives us computers.
Yeah.
We all have laptops.
Yeah,
I'm convinced that's strictly to follow our business.
it's possible.
And mine's so bad and so slow and so old.
Yeah. Yeah.
It shuts down all
I
the
don't
time.
even use mine. I just leave it in the locker in case I
Yeah.
need it for remotes.
All hell is breaking loose.
Yeah. I'm
Well.
sorry about that. Can you
And
go
you know
on?
what?
Do we
Today,
need to-
I was doing these little opens in the morning, and I was looking at why my computer was running so slowly, and I pulled it up. It's the surveillance software. It's taking up all the memory.
See?
Well,
Huh?
I'm afraid to touch anything until the break because when this happened last time, it makes panic noises. So we're gonna wait till the break to finish the panic noises.
Do we need to send you home for the day?
It's possible.
Are you okay?
My computer may have computer aids.
You don't need a computer.
And then, at that point, I don't know what you do because I don't think we have an IT guy anymore. Joey's gone.
No, we're going to go ahead and farm that out.
So worst comes to worst is I just take this and I throw it in the trash and we start anew.
So, yeah, today's the first day where we have no on-site technical person.
No.
He left.
Yeah.
So we've farmed out HR and engineering.
Yes. So basically, you can sexually harass a computer right now with no
That's correct.
repercussions whatsoever.
Now, we have not farmed out sales.
Mm-mm.
We have not farmed out our traffic department. But we kind of have because they don't really work in office all that much.
No. We did farm out the actual on-air traffic because that's Victor Zaragoza. And he's like down in California.
Yeah,
I think
that's
he's
right.
located in the Bay Area, I
Yeah.
think.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, because they can never pronounce our streets right.
No.
Or occasionally we'll catch from Sacramento.
Yeah.
He's giving us hot couch reports.
An Odyssey station.
And let's see, what else can we farm out? I think we're getting ready to farm out a lot of our voiceover work, which that's already kind of been farmed out, but
Sure.
they have company guys now.
Well.
And then, maybe we could farm out local sports talk hosts,
Yeah. Calcatron or what is
Big
it?
deal.
Calculon, like 3000, the AI bots seem to be.
Yeah.
know,
They do it
coming-
with DJs.
Yeah.
They've farmed out music station DJs.
Well, if you do like Spotify has that where they have like DJ Ghost Steve, like Steve Jobs from the grave, like he DJs your mood, and it's like, hey, this is your DJ, and then they give you songs.
Wait, are you serious?
Yeah.
Like Steve Jobs?
No, I just
You
Steve,
made that up.
Well, Steve Jobs is the inventor of the iPad or iPod.
Well, sure.
So no, the Spotify
But
has
they
like
could do that though. Like you could have your DJ. I mean, I know they have the personal DJ thing.
Yeah.
But it could be someone from the Beyond.
I would assume, right? I mean, how do they
Now
know?
you're assuming.
Oh, I mean,
Do they have it or
where
not?
does that voice come from? I don't know.
Listen, if they can do this with you guys,
All right, welcome back to Primetime. We got a lot to talk about.
Yeah.
But I first want to start with college football and why I
See?
think.
I mean, the AI is coming for all the
It's
voices
true.
people want anyways.
Yeah, they
the-
should be able to.
I
do it.
like the idea of Steve Jobs DJing my playlist from the grave. Or like, I don't know, anybody. You could have like Dead Elvis. I've always wanted to contact the ghost of Steve McQueen.
Well, there was that big, Coachella hullabaloo when they had the hologram Tupac. You could
Yeah.
just bring out holograms and have AIs do the records.
Well,
and
who would
could
you
have
want? Yeah, so you'd want.
Any act do show up again now?
Who do you want to be your DJ?
Well, I've long been fascinated with the ghost of Steve McQueen because he's the coolest man ever. But I don't know if Steve McQueen's voice would be the best for my DJ. James Earl Jones, recently deceased. If I could have one guy DJ in my mood, I'd want James Earl Jones.
I'm gonna go current pop culture.
Yeah?
You know who I want DJing for me on Spotify?
What you got?
Baby Billy.
Oh, well, he's not dead, though.
Well, that's true.
Yeah,
But he's not.
I thought we were going
But
beyond
he's also
the grave.
not a real DJ, so
No,
it's like
that's
you
true.
could AI, and he's also not going to do it on his own. So
You could probably get Walton Goggins.
I want Baby Billy to be doing anything.
Baby Billy.
I'm sorry, but Baby Billy might be the best character to come along on television.
Hey,
in
here's
like a
here's your next
decade.
song now. Here's your next song now.
Get out of here, nerd.
Yeah,
I got time for you. Get.
God.
Dude, the man.
By the
that-
way, season finale. Did you see it?
I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah.
So don't spoil it.
I won't.
And that's the series finale, too.
It's the whole
the
whole
whole
thing
thing.
ends with this next episode. I
Yes.
watched it last night.
If there is any justice in this world, I will get a Baby Billy spinoff with Bible Bonkers and Tejas. Tejas.
Yeah, Teenjus.
I
Not just
want-
Teen Jesus.
I-
Teenjus.
Tejas.
Come on.
I want everything Baby Billy in my life. But
Well, that's why
thought-
I chose
well,
him as my
I just thought we
Spotify
were
DJ.
going, beyond
From the
grave.
Beyond. Maybe. What about? Would it be? What about Freddie Mercury?
That'd be pretty great.
That'd be
too.
cool.
Yeah. Well, and the British voice in general, just it works. Like if I want a DJ, the British accent is going to be the better accent.
I think I'm gonna go Aussie on you,
Aussie,
or
Aussie,
even
Aussie?
Kiwi.
Hmm.
I think it's slightly better than
I understand.
English.
Well, maybe a nice Irish brute. Like the bottom line is that was more Scottish. Look, the accent works. If you could have someone from that region DJing again my mood, like giving me Motorhead and like Metallica tunes, let's go. And then you're like downshifting to like Rod Stewart. I mean, come on.
Anyway, what about a partridge? Someone asked. So you'd have the partridge, the quail,
No,
and the pheasant.
I got nothing.
That'd be tough.
I think I have a rough idea of what the pheasant looks like because I think I've seen like the stuffed pheasant, but the quail and the partridge and I'm just shooting everything.
So the quail just go with the little feather on its head.
Mhm.
That's the quail.
I've learned that.
The difference between a pheasant and a partridge, though?
I don't know.
I don't know if I can get that. to you.
On a somewhat related note, I just thought about this because we were talking about birds. Remember I told you that that my son, Eiserman, was dating the Nanook of the woods?
Oh, that's a was?
Oh, no.
Still is. Okay.
Still is. Yeah,
Pheasants are bigger, and as you said, longer tails.
longer tails. Yeah, I remember the pheasant, the long tail. But he's dating this gal who's like calls crows and like buries animals and digs up their bones. So it was my daughter's birthday. Well, it's actually today. But so we were kind of doing a thing on the weekend, and he drove down to see his sister for her birthday, and he brought the lady friend with him again.
Mm.
And so we were roaming around the city. She caught a pigeon.
Wow. How'd she do that? Did she lure it in with?
No, she just reached down and caught a pigeon. I don't know what to make of this woman. I've never seen anything like it. She's calling crows, she's digging up animal bones, she's eating weeds out of my backyard, and now she's noodling, like gonna catch a catfish, but like with a pigeon. We were at that new that beer garden over there, like off of 5th. You know, they have all the little, they put out a new little zoned off food cart, beer garden thing.
I'll take your word for it.
Yeah, it's nice. It's a nice shop. They got live music out there, and there's like 30 different food carts. It's very nice. So we're sitting there and we're eating lunch, and you know the pigeon is amongst us. Like the pigeon fears no man. It's just running around like we leave the pigeon alone, the pigeon leaves us alone. And next thing I know, you know, have you ever seen someone when they catch a catfish, they stick their hand down in the hole, but their head's above the water?
Mm-hmm.
So I look, and
Isn't that called noodling?
Noodling, yeah. So she puts her head, like her chin, like on the table, and then her arms just descend below the bench. And I don't really know what's going on. And I was kind of, what is happening? She's like, I'm going to grab a pigeon.
But she's going to do it without looking.
Yeah. And I was like,
It's the no look.
And I was like, excuse me? Next thing I know, there's a kerfuffle from under the table. You know, you can feel like,
Yeah.
like, ah!
Right.
And then she just emerges with a pigeon.
Flapping and flailing.
Yeah. She caught a pigeon.
Wow.
I don't know what to make of what's happening here. I've never seen anything like it other than, yeah, look, she caught a pigeon.
Yeah.
Just
She
to
sure
do,
did.
yeah.
Now, was the pigeon sick, do you think?
No, perfectly healthy pigeon.
Because sometimes the sick ones are easy to grab.
No, perfectly fine.
According to internet.
No, just
That's an NLPG. You know what an NLPG is?
what's that?
No look pigeon grab.
No look pigeon grab.
That's what she did.
She's just raw dogging like pigeons. Like what? I'm telling you, there's something going on there. She has some sort of weird natural connection.
She's pigeon lady.
The pigeon lady. She's she's calling crows. She's grabbing pigeons. Don't know what to make of it.
She's a taxidermist.
Yes. Yeah, she has a bunch of bones. There's a dead bird in my yard. She was fascinated by that. She was like, because, you know, the murder pile. We have like the big hawk that lives above our tree and just dumps dead animals down in the wood pile. She was sifting through that looking to see if there was anything she could grab.
Tell you what.
Yeah.
If your son ends up dead, I'm no longer looking at you.
No. Right there.
You would have been my first look.
Yeah.
Perhaps this is you throwing us off the scent.
No, she's like the nicest person I've ever met. But
My son is an idiot.
Every time I meet her, something else happens where I'm like, what is going down? I didn't know you just reached down and I assumed that pigeons were smart enough to avoid being grabbed.
I've never really seen anybody grab one.
Nor have I. You're around pigeons all the time.
Especially with the no look.
Yeah, the no look. That's the thing that was impressive. It'd be one thing if you lured the pigeon in with something to eat and then you grabbed it. No.
Although I would say, how many people have tried to ever grab a pigeon? I mean, pigeons, like you say, they're everywhere.
Yeah.
So it's like we've all been around pigeons. Would it be that hard to grab them? She's just actually tried.
I don't know.
Whereas you and I don't care to, so it doesn't matter.
So you're saying that you and I can go out to like right now?
I'm asking. I'm not saying. I'm asking the question. Perhaps it's easier to grab a pigeon than we ever knew because nobody really ever tries to grab pigeons except for people like her.
It's possible.
People of her ilk.
I've never thought that you're right, and that I've never thought.
I mean, she just had the balls to do it, and by the way, she didn't even need to see it to do it. Like that tells me that it's not that hard. I mean, no offense to her.
Interesting.
Or perhaps she pulled off a one of a billion.
I don't know. I need to know who else is out there. Is grabbing pigeons that I would assume grabbing any bird is difficult. I don't think in my mind that's an easy task. And yet she made it look like she did it in between bites of Indian food. She was eating like a shawarma and then was like, hold on, let me catch this pigeon real quick. Oh, here's the pigeon. And then like held the pigeon for a while. And then the pigeon, like, she was like, all right, go do your pigeon thing. Pigeon flew away, took off, gone. And then she went right back to eating Indian food.
According to AI, it is not generally difficult to catch a pigeon.
Really?
Especially if they're weak, injured, or tame. They're often trusting and maybe attracted to food. See, she probably dropped some food under there. That's what she did.
Can I ask, did she go back to eating the shawarma immediately after handling the pigeon?
No, she was threatening my son with pigeon hands.
I would be too, or I'd
And
be
then
worried about
he
those
got
pigeon
creeped
hands.
out, and so then she said she was going to go wash her hands because it weirded out Iserman.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Of all the things that could weird you out, pigeon hands. We also learned this. Do you know there's like a weird like dead animal store on 23rd?
What does that mean?
So like on 23rd and I don't know, like 23rd Avenue there, about I don't know, right kind of in the middle of it. There's like a store called like Paxton or something.
Paxton Gate.
Yeah, and it just has dead animals. There's like you can buy basically a dead anything. A lot of taxidermy, a lot of bones. There's a human skull that's for sale. You can buy like animals like in like formaldehyde. It's a dead thing store. I don't know why.
How do you get a human skull?
Apparently well, we've talked about this. You can buy them on the from like
But is that on the up and like
yeah, you can buy like
well, how do you know whose head it is?
Well, you don't. That's the thing.
So then you're not supposed to be buying and selling that.
You can buy one there. You can buy a human skull.
Well, I know, but I'm saying, like, is that legal or like what is that? Like how? What
so
are
we talked about you're supposed to sell them for like medical research
aren't
purposes.
there some morals to that? Like
Well,
whose head are you
morals.
buying?
I don't know. You can go to this place and you can buy a human skull. You can buy a walrus penis. You can buy all kinds of stuff.
Bison jaw,
Yeah, anything you want.
octopus.
Yeah. So we stumbled in that, and
Ooh,
you've
the
never
framed
seen.
piranha is cool.
You've never seen someone so happy. By the way, this was right after we caught the pigeon. This was my weekend. I watched someone catch a pigeon, no look by the way, and then we stumbled upon this place. Couldn't have been any happier.
Is that the only place that your son will be able to buy her a gift?
It's possible. If she's around for Christmas, I feel like I will be purchasing like what do you get?
That's a big if.
I don't know what you get her other than you go to this place and you buy something.
Paxton Gate. Never
Yeah.
heard of it.
Neither did I. We were just
It
wandering.
looks kind of cool. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, it's an interesting store.
Bone dice.
Yeah, dude, anything that is dead, you can buy there.
So they have 6-sided bone die.
Yeah,
They made die out of bones.
dude, everything, like anything you can think of that came from an animal or a
It's
human,
not that expensive either.
for sale. No, I was surprised. Although some of the stuff they've got like some of like the big tanned hides and stuff. They got like a zebra hide.
God.
Yeah, it's like $3,000.
They have a human spine for $3,000.
Yeah.
Why would someone buy that, you think?
Couldn't tell you.
Keychain?
Serial killer stuff. I don't know.
Well, exciting times.
Yeah,
What a weekend for you.
unexpected too. Didn't know they were coming. Surprised me again. Surprised me double with pigeon grabs and then this place. Didn't know this place existed, but it does.
Well, guess what, guys? It is a big night, potentially, for your Portland Trailblazers.
Yes.
Because tonight,
Or a night where everyone goes. More than likely, it's going to be the night where everyone goes.
but we all have 2007 in the back of our minds.
Fingers crossed.
Headlines next on The Fan.
Magic Johnson.
So in Portland, we are mindful of what we bring into our homes. We also want to work with local businesses and support them in the process. So if you need new windows for your home, the only place you should go is Window Nation. It's time for a change that's both sustainable and beautiful because Window Nation offers energy-efficient windows made with eco-conscious materials, and their windows are partnered with Milgard here locally and styles crafted uniquely for our homes and our climate. And at Window Nation right now, their semi-annual sale is back where you can save 60% off all windows. And if you buy a house full of windows, your entire house, you got to redo your whole house. But if you do, they're going to throw in a free entry door with that as well. Plus, if you don't have all the cash up front, go ahead and get them now, and you can get 0 down, 0 interest, and no payments for 2 years. So you will pay nothing until 2027. Flexible financing, a team rooted right here in the Northwest. You'll be able to remodel consciously and comfortably at Window Nation. So go ahead and book your free eco quote today at 866-90-NATION, or you can visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION. Please visit windownation.com. When you talk to them, tell them you heard it from Rop on the Fan.
It's back, and it's sure to sell out fast. Your local Toyota dealers present the 11th Annual Fan Golf Classic at Langdon Farms Golf Club on Tuesday, June 24th. Brought to you by Henderson & Daughter Windows and Doors and Philbrook Law, Accident and Injury Lawyers. Choose from the morning or afternoon round. Visit your local Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places. Also brought to you by Cazadores Tequila and George McCoy at Warren Allen Attorneys at Law. Reserve your foursome now at 1080thefan.com.
what I hear in there?
What do we got?
Did you hear that?
No, I didn't.
You weren't listening.
Very successful, very rich.
I think we have new Trump drops.
Really?
Yeah. Did you hear him today? Or maybe it was yesterday. I don't know.
I know we're getting a new plane.
Already got it. New Air Force One, baby.
Nothing weird about that.
I only get my Trump news from Buck now. He always sends me. He's a big Trumpy over there. MAGA.
Well, aren't we all?
Make America great, bitch.
Aren't we all trying to make America great? I mean,
Well, his latest was he had the fat shot or
I did hear that.
fat shot drug or something.
Yeah, it is
fat
friend.
drug shot.
Apparently, he's got a friend that's a fatty.
Well, that's Elon.
It's on the fat drug.
He's talking about Elon.
Yeah, this is who he's talking about.
Very successful, very rich.
Slurry. Big night for your Blazers tonight, potentially.
It is. We got a little draft lottery happening.
The NBA draft lottery is
It's
tonight.
not even tonight. It's like in 30 minutes. 4 o'clock, right?
It's tonight. That's tonight. 30 minutes is tonight.
That's not tonight. That's
It's
this afternoon.
tonight.
That's afternoon. 4 o'clock is not evening time. You
Well,
can't have dinner at 4. That's not even the early bird.
I think there's a difference between tonight and evening.
Is there?
No, I don't know. I'm just
I think this is late.
spitballing.
I think this is late afternoon.
Late afternoon.
If we're meeting at 4, would you ever tell someone we're meeting tonight? Or this evening?
If I'm meeting at 4.
Meeting at 4. We're meeting later this afternoon.
I also think part
Yeah.
of it is the time change because it is this evening in Chicago where it is, and
Yeah.
it's and so it's an evening event, even though for us it is not in the evening.
See, this is interesting because I think there's a way that baseball does it
Mhm.
where they have, like, there's obviously a criteria for a day game versus a night game,
Sure.
right? I don't know what that criteria is, but I'm willing to go off of that to settle this.
Settle the debate.
Well, it's not. I'm not debating you on it.
You're
I'm just
merely.
I don't know. I'm not sure. I get what you're saying. I would tend to agree.
No.
But how does baseball distinguish between a day game and a night game? Because I normally in my head think of 4 p.m. as the beginning of the night games because that's usually when all the East Coast evening games start. It's 4 p.m. here.
It's a valid point.
So I feel like out west, night starts earlier.
So it's more of where the event is taking place.
I don't know. Again, I'm willing to let MLB settle this.
Okay.
If anybody can find that.
Well, I am willing to. I'm with Buck because this is in Chicago and this is going down. Chicago.
Is Chicago Central?
I would assume Chicago is Central.
So 6 o'clock there, 4
That's-
o'clock here.
That's this evening.
You're going to say that is a night?
6 o'clock is a nighttime. 6 o'clock.
It is there,
yeah.
but the question is it here?
That I don't.
And you're saying you're calling nay.
I am willing to defer to the host, the origin city. I'm
Okay.
willing to do that. But in my mind,
It's big of you.
at 4 o'clock, we're finding out this afternoon
Here, yeah.
here.
But I think that 4 p.m. games out west count as night games in baseball.
Don't like it.
And for that, I don't know. I'm just giving them the nod over you. No offense.
Well, I'm waiting for the draft lottery to tell us that we're picking 10th, and then for everyone.
Who's
to be-
we now? Are you a Blazer?
Yes!
Are you a Wizard?
Yes.
Are you a Spur?
I'm a Zer.
Are you a Utah Jazz?
I'm a
You're a
Zer.
Utah. You're Utahian. Utanan.
Utanan?
I don't know. What do they call them? Utes.
The two Utes.
What do they call it? Is it a Ute?
It's a Ute,
Ute-
right?
Yeah, but
You'd be
you're a
Ute.
Utanian.
say Utes?
Yeah, 2 Utes.
No.
You're a Utanian.
Well, I'm not. I mean, I spent 5 years there, but I wouldn't say that I'm a Utanian.
Is that what the term is, though?
No, I've never heard anyone say Utani. No, I've never once heard that term.
Uton.
Utah.
A person from Utah is officially called a Uton.
Never even heard that. 5 years, never heard that.
While Utanan was also used, Uton is the preferred and officially recognized term. The state officially... Wow, look at this! The state officially recognized this designation in a bill passed in 2025. They just figured it out.
Didn't know.
After all these years, Uton.
I also would always like the term Ute, but if you're a Zuby, which is a BYU guy, maybe you're offended at being called a Ute.
So anyway, could be a big night.
Could be, it won't be, but...
Well, that's not a very good attitude, now is it?
Well, as the resident Zerhonk on this program, my Zers, look, they're not moving up. They've got...
Well, they did in 2007.
They had more than a 3.5% chance.
Well, they had a 5% chance. It's not that big of a difference.
Yeah, but they had a 5% chance to go from, like, they're not... You're not landing a top 3 pick.
They had a 5% chance of the number 1 pick in 2007, and they got it.
Yeah.
Jace. Tonight, they have a 3.7% chance of the number 1 pick, and they're probably going to get it if history
Probably
repeats
That's what
itself.
I say. Probably it's coming.
I think it's pretty obvious they're going to get it, don't you?
The fix is in for Portland.
Well, they got it once, and so that's got to make you feel good. Like, it could happen.
What's going to happen is San Antonio's going to get it.
I hope so. Oh, am I not supposed to say that?
This is why you're not a Zer.
I am not.
This is why we can't
No.
count you amongst the faithful.
Well, I would not want to be counted amongst the faithful. I have never been a Blazers fan, never will be a
You're a
Blazers
loser.
fan. So you can take me out of that if you care to. Most people have already taken me out of that a long time
That's
ago.
true.
So I don't care if they get it, although I would like to see it. I think it'd be good for our business if they got it.
Yeah.
I think the most interesting landing spot is San Antonio.
Well, it's not even close. If you're saying
Well, Utah would be interesting.
If you're saying, well, you're pairing him with Markkanen, whatever. Dude, if you landed in San Antonio and you paired him with Fox and with, why can't I think of
What's his name?
Oh, what's his name? Stephen Castle from Gonzaga.
Stephon Castle.
Stephon Castle. And then you pair him with Wemby, considering hopefully the blood clots have gone away. And you put Cooper Flag in there. That's by far the most interesting one. But it's also the one you don't want if you're Portland, because this is another team that you're staring up at for the next 10 years.
Yeah. I think Utah would be interesting because once Ainge gets Flag, he's going to build an absolute monster team around him.
Yeah, Flags! I mean, they are... what Utah has accumulated does have some sniffs of like what Oklahoma City did.
And it might be all white guys.
Where they just had
What if Utah builds the first all-white championship basketball team?
the all whites.
Now, here's a story or narrative I like. The YouTube chat saying the Blazers will land the number 1 pick, but then Flag will announce he's going back to Duke.
Oh, my God.
Look, of the teams that you would go back for, it wouldn't be Portland. It'd be Charlotte or it'd be Washington or...
Unless, would he want to be in Charlotte because it's a proximity to Duke, or does he even care about that? He's from Maine, so I don't know that it matters.
Yeah, I mean, look, no one wants to be in Charlotte, and I mean nobody. If you want to talk, like, you can say what you will about my Zers.
Hey, the PGA Championship's in Charlotte.
Yeah, again,
week.
you can say whatever you want about being in Portland or being in Utah or whatever. Dude, there is no place that kills careers quite like Charlotte and Washington. I mean, they are, maybe New Orleans too. I mean, those are death sentences. No one cares. Crappy organizations, never been relevant. I mean, Portland's in a bit of a lull, but I mean, my God, we've been to a Western Conference Finals like this century. I mean, we have in the past had one of the marquee franchises, right? Not marquee, but one of the most stable franchises. I mean, the playoffs for 20 plus years, for God's sakes. What has Charlotte and Washington ever done?
That was a good backtrack.
Yeah, Well, I mean, for a long time, and now it's a little more like...
Yeah, no, they've been a good franchise.
They've been good franchise.
Generally.
So if you're talking about if you're Cooper Flag and you don't want to go somewhere, you want to pull an Eli Manning, I would assume 1 and 2 is Charlotte or Washington. Take your pick.
So Utah has a 14% chance along with Washington and Charlotte.
Yeah.
Then it's the Pelicans at 12.5%. This is of landing the number 1 pick.
Yeah.
The Sixers 10.5%. That's sneaky. Brooklyn 9%. Raptors 7.5%. My Spurs 6%. Suns, which I think goes to Houston, perhaps?
I believe you're correct.
3.8%. Blazers 3.7%. Dallas Mavericks 1.8%. I don't think anyone would want to see him go there.
No.
Okay. Bulls 1.7%. Kings 0.8%. And your Atlanta Hawks 0.7%.
Yeah. So, I mean, and look, it's not just about the number 1 overall pick. If you ended up with a top 4 pick, I think you'd be very excited. Now, chances are you're going to end up, back there in the back half of the lottery, somewhere around that 10 slot. And if that happens, you're either getting a developmental guy or, you're drafting someone without a huge upside, but maybe can come in and be a role player or contributor. So
listen, I'm holding out hope for the number 1 pick. Okay, that's why we're all here. If the Blazers are not picking 10 to 14, so they're going to announce 14, 13, 12, 11, 10. If you by the time they announce 10, if the Blazers are not in there, bro, they're in the top 4.
Yeah, and then buckle up.
And then buckle up
and then
with your seatbelt.
And then everything gets really, really interesting. And yeah, sorry.
Idiot.
Castle, Yukon. I was thinking of Suggs down in Orlando that went to Gonzaga.
All right, more on the NBA draft lottery. Also, in headlines, we have some scheduling news out of the NFL. Coming up on The Fan, here's Buck.
This is a PGA Championship Week edition of Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
Brought to you by Langdon Farms Golf Club.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with the Sports Center update. First on The Fan, it is draft lottery night in the NBA. The Portland Trail Blazers with the 10th best odds of drawing the number 1 overall pick at 3.7%. The Jazz, Wizards, and Hornets each share the best odds of winning that top selection at 14%. Tumani Kamara will represent the Blazers at the lottery in Chicago. That program starts at 4 o'clock on ESPN. On the hardwood tonight, the Celtics try to even their series with the Knicks in Game 4 at Madison Square Garden. Tip-off for that one right after the lottery on ESPN. Boston, a 6.5-point road favorite. Then at 7, also on ESPN, the Warriors try to even their series against the T-Wolves at Chase Center. Steph Curry still out for Golden State with that hamstring injury. Minnesota laying 5.5 on the road. On the ice tonight, a pair of Stanley Cup playoff games as Alex Ovechkin and the Caps try to even their series with the Hurricanes in Carolina. Puck drops for Game 4 at 4 o'clock on TNT and Max. And in the nightcap, it's Las Vegas visiting the Edmonton Oilers for Game 4 at 6:30. It's also on TNT and Max as the Golden Knights try to even that series. In NFL scheduling news, we've learned that the Week 1 opener will feature the defending Super Bowl champion Philadelphia Eagles hosting their division rival Dallas Cowboys on Thursday Night Football to kick off the 2025 season. Philly already a touchdown favorite. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
It's back. The 11th annual Fan Golf Classic at Langdon Farms Golf Club happens Tuesday, June 24th. Presented by your local Toyota dealers. Reserve your foursome now at 1080thefan.com.
Hey, it's Suk from my friends at Vulcan Design and Construction. Vulcan's team helped me build an outdoor living space that is my favorite place to hang out year-round. So stop waiting on upgrading your backyard. The plans you have for a covered patio, outdoor kitchen, or like me, a fire pit for family gatherings can be taken to the next level with the help of the award-winning designs at Vulcan. And they can upgrade your indoor living space with windows, siding, and roofing too. So whether your favorite room is inside or like mine, outside, take your home to the next level with Vulcan. Online at vulcandc.com.
Retirement statements just hit mailboxes, and for many, the shock is real. Some investors lost 20% or more in just the first quarter. If you're close to retirement, that's more than a dip. It's a danger. But here's what most advisors won't tell you. Gold was up over 30% during the same time. That's a 60% swing. And in retirement, that kind of gap can change everything. So compare your Q1 statement to gold's performance. Then call Noble Gold Investments. Noble Gold specializes in helping people protect what they've earned with real assets like gold and silver. If you're tired of watching your nest egg shrink, it may be time for a change. And right now, when you open a qualified account, you'll receive a free 10-ounce silver American flag bar. Compare and call 877-646-5347. That's 877-646-5347.
right, tonight's the draft lottery. Or wait, this afternoon. Wait, this evening. Wait. We don't know.
15 minutes, and then they'll start making picks like what, 4:10, 4:15-ish? Because they got to
Blazers.
do some hullabaloo.
Oh, yeah, I got to do the whole thing.
Tumani Kamara on hand.
The
for
Blazers
the
will be represented by Tumani Kamara of your Portland Trail Blazers.
Yeah. I don't know what that
he
means.
He plays for the team, if you didn't know.
He will be there.
He's a player.
Yeah.
So, odds could have been 14%, but, reasons, whatever.
Yeah. 3.7.
3.7.
So see what happens. Again, it's not just
about
about the top pick. I think the top 4 pick in this draft, you're very excited about.
Who's the number 2 pick?
Well, it depends. They got Ace Bailey, Ron Harper's kid is up there. Igor, the big, tall Russian kid from BYU, is supposedly sniffing around that top 5. But it's not just Cooper Flag.
I think it is.
Well, I mean, obviously he gets billed as the generational talent, but if you don't end up with the number 1 pick, it doesn't mean that there's not quality players. This is a much better draft than what you had in years past. No offense, but Scoot Henderson, they tried to sell us on a generational player, which is absurd that an undersized guard that doesn't shoot the ball really well was a generational player. That's silly.
I'm gonna go to that lake.
So I don't know if anyone here outside of Cooper Flag is being billed as a generational player, but we are being told by people that actually pay attention to this that this is a much, much better draft than what we had last year. This is the draft that you want the high pick in, which is the one that kind of, I think, makes people a little bit maddening. Is last year you were willing to tank, and that netted you Scoot Henderson. And this year, with much better talent, you weren't willing to tank.
Well, that's what I said. You could have had 14% odds here, but reasons.
Yeah. You wanted to win those what 10 or 11 in a row, and
Scoot shooting 34% from 3.
Yeah.
44% overall.
Well, last year though there was steps in the right direction.
Yeah. Better than the year before.
So this is just NBA DraftNet. They have Flag, Harper, the VJ Edcombe, the kid out of Baylor, point guard, shooting guard. They have him, then Ace Bailey, then Jeremiah Fears out of Oklahoma, Trey Johnson. Anyway, that's their top 5 or 6.
Okay.
Con Knippel there at number 10.
Your boy.
So Ooh,
number 10. That's where the Blazers are probably going to
If you end up number 10,
you're getting Knippel.
You're in that Knippel range.
You're getting Knippled.
Igor Demon. He's the big Russian kid out of BYU.
I'm sorry, guys. I have to root for something.
Don't root for Knippel.
No, I am. I am going to do this.
Don't do that.
I am going to root for the Blazers to get 10 and pick Con Knippel just so I can sit back and listen to you rail on that pick.
That would be so
for
pissed.
hours upon end.
No, that's just.
I want to hear that. Plus, it's easier for me. Just sit back and let you go, wind you up.
Yes, and again, text program correct. Last year Klingon, the year before that Scoot. So the 2 years that you bottomed out, you got Klingon and Scoot, and no offense to either one of them, they're not difference makers. They're just not. And this year's draft, supposedly, there's difference makers in the top 5, and you weren't willing to go do it. So
you're
we'll see
a hater.
What happens. And I swear to God, if they draft Con Knippel, I will put my head through a wall.
Yeah, and then you'll come on the air and
then I will
rip on it for 2 hours.
Yes,
perfect.
The slow, flat-footed kid that can't finish at the rim in college and is not going to be able to defend anyone and is going to struggle to get a shot off against NBA defenders. Yeah, let's draft that guy. Please don't.
All right, so we continue headlines next with some NFL scheduling notes, and there is support growing for a 16-team college football playoff.
Well, we know it's going to expand.
Yeah.
Just by how much?
Playoffs?
That's coming up on The Fan.
The home of dirt and spray.
I'm dirt.
There's 2 things that stuck out. The first is Oregon State fan genuinely lives and breathes that sport.
Oh, yes, they do.
That's their baby. And Oregon fan couldn't care less unless they win.
team that I am more tired of having to talk about
Jets.
that is going to be irrelevant, the Cleveland Browns.
Oh, the Browns. Okay.
That will be nauseating simply because
Shedeur
of
stuff.
Shedeur and throw in Dylan Gabriel. And by the way, neither one of them is going to win that job. It's going to be Joe Flacco. I already am sick of Shedeur Sanders, and it's not even the kid's fault.
Can you bet on that? Like, who wins the quarterback job in Cleveland?
I'm sure you can. You can bet on anything. It's going to be.
I want those odds.
It'll be Pickett or Flacco. Look, this is the part that in the national media that I hate. You don't draft anyone in the 3rd and 5th round to be your starting quarterback. You don't. They have Kenny Pickett. They have Joe Flacco. One of those will probably get jettisoned before the start of camp.
Oh, here they are. Okay, yeah. So Flacco is the odds-on favorite.
Yeah.
He's plus 116.
Yeah.
Followed by Kenny Pickett plus 220, Shedeur plus 370, and Dylan Gabriel plus 830.
There is nothing this weekend that was dumber than fans reacting. And I saw this with Shedeur Sanders. I saw it with Mason Graham. I saw it with Scattaboo. There is nothing dumber. And I'm looking right at you, NFL fan. You're the same idiot that wears shoulder pads to football games, reacting to rookie minicamp highlights, good or bad. Like Mason Graham apparently now is a fat, out-of-shape loser, and they can't believe Cleveland drafted him. Shedeur Sanders is the greatest quarterback of all time. We're making sweeping statements on Jackson. Oh my, it's rookie minicamp. There's no vets. It's just against bags with rookies. Let all this play out, but it is going to be very hard for Dylan Gabriel or Shedeur Sanders to start week 1. I'll try to actually find the exact number, but I believe since like in the last 30 years, players drafted in the 3rd round or later to be the week 1 starter, I think there's 2 of them.
Oh, really?
2 or 3.
Whoa.
Since like 1960.
Do you know off the top of your head who those 2 are?
Dak was one, although Dak may not have been. I think Dak was a 2nd round pick. So it might have been Russell Wilson. It was
Did
Russ.
he get the job right out of that?
Yeah, Russ got the job right. He beat out Matt Flynn, I believe, who was the free agent that they brought in from Green Bay. I'll look it up over the break, but I believe it's Russ, and there's one more, because I think Dak might have been a 2nd round pick. So
Desmond Ridder.
Desmond Ridder?
According to AI, but the AI is not always right.
See, Desmond Ridder was he must have been the week 1 start. There's not many. So my point is, like, whoever that ended up being, the idea that Dylan Gabriel or Shedeur Sanders, like that's who Cleveland's going to go with, no, they're not. You do not draft guys in the 3rd and 5th round to be your starter. Does one of them just blow everyone away? It's possible. Does Joe Flacco's right arm turn to dust? Possible. Does Kenny Pickett have his hands shrink even more? Sure.
Not Ridder. Correct that.
Okay.
It is Russell and Dak.
So Dak was... I couldn't remember where Dak was drafted. So yeah, Dak
he was a 4th round.
He was a 4th round. And then I think if you go back to like into the 60s, there's like 2 others. Like this just is not, this isn't going to happen.
Joe Flacco, huh?
Yeah.
Joe Flacco time in Cleveland.
But we're
Exciting.
making this out to be the Cleveland battle between Dylan Gabriel and Shedeur Sanders. And I'm not. It will be nauseating. The Cleveland narrative will be nauseating.
So let's see here. Vikings, Browns, London week 5. Broncos, Jets, London week 6. Rams, Jags, London week 7. Week 10 in Berlin, Falcons, Colts. Week 11 in Madrid, Commies, Dolphins. Week 16, Fox announced a Saturday doubleheader. So this is Saturday, the 20th of December. Eagles visit the Commies and the Packers visit the Bears. So a couple of divisional matchups there. In those games, we up against the 1st round of the college football playoff.
Yeah. By the way, Dak, 4th round officially. 135th pick.
Yeah. So that's what we know so far.
Some decent international games.
I mean, not really.
And you never know, too, because we can think a matchup can be good, and then how many times does that happen?
That's true.
Yeah. We think. And then you get into the middle of the year.
But, I mean, of all those games, besides the Fox doubleheader, the 3 Londons, the Brazil game, Chiefs-Chargers, that's pretty good.
That's tasty.
That should be good.
Yes.
But of the 3 Londons, Berlin and Madrid, is there, what's the best one in there? So, again, Vikings-Browns, Broncos-Jets, Rams, Jags, Falcons, Colts, or Commies, Dolphins. Ugh.
Yeah, you know.
Maybe Commies Dolphins?
Yeah, Commies Dolphins could be decent. We'll see if Miami has one more run in them. Would you say Broncos Jets?
Mm-hmm.
You know, if Justin Fields has something in New York, I
don't know about that. Well, we'll see. Anyway, the rest of the schedule comes out on Wednesday. We have growing support for a 16-team college football playoff bracket. What that may look like next on The Fan.
It's time to hit the
Wanna make a lot of money?
I want to win for a lot of different reasons. Is money one of them? Yeah.
This is Primetime on PGA Championship Week.
Brought to you by Langdon Farms Golf Club, the best course in the Northwest for year-round golf. Book your tee time at langdonfarms.com.
Primetime with Isaac and Suk on 1080.
Competitively, it's not about that. It's about trying to win golf tournaments.
The Fan.
All right, welcome back to Sports Radio 1080 The Fan, where if you are tuning in to find out where the Blazers will pick in the NBA draft, you're in luck.
Yes.
We're going to tell you, but not quite yet.
No.
Because they haven't revealed the picks yet.
No, but they're getting ready to. They're giving us all now the scenario like Philadelphia will actually lose their pick to the Oklahoma City Thunder if it's not in the top 6.
Oh.
And like
okay.
The Kings will lose their pick
if it's not in the top 12.
If it's not in the top 12. So there's some different scenarios of so they're going through that, but we're actually going to get the draft reveal here, I would say within the next 10 minutes. And remember, if we get to 10 and Portland has not come off the board, then it's okay.
They're in the top 4.
Then it's okay to get your little blazer pants super tight.
Tighten those babies up.
Yeah.
Pour you a nice cocktail. See where the Blazers land. They would be in the top 4. Yeah, so the Suns are the one team that we know is picking for someone else, or will pick for someone else.
Yeah.
That pick will go to Houston.
Mm-hmm.
So when you see the Suns pop on there, that will actually be the Rockets.
And this is something to keep an eye on because obviously, the Rockets have a gajillion draft picks and they have a very young, talented team that finished very high in the Western Conference this year, but then got run. So the idea is, does Houston need to go out and do something to continue to let this young group marinate? Well, they've got a lot of picks, potentially get another high one here with Phoenix's pick. Giannis today, supposedly the reports were that Giannis is interested in sitting down with Milwaukee and maybe talking about his long-term future and maybe looking to go somewhere. Is there a team like Houston that says, all right, let's push our chips in the middle and go make a play for Giannis? Or, does Houston can make a play for anyone this offseason, or if Oklahoma City falls short. So it's just something to kind of keep an eye on. I think Houston could be a very, very interesting team in this year's lottery. And then, Portland too, regardless of what happens here, we would assume this offseason, the decision on Anthony Simons probably has to come at some point. I can't imagine that Portland just has this roster that rolls out the same as it did last year. You would assume that there could be some movement in the offseason.
A lot of stars move in the NBA.
Yeah.
But, boy, outside of LeBron, when's the last time we saw a guy in his prime like Giannis that good switch teams?
Doesn't really happen.
Doncic.
Yeah, Luka. I mean, duh.
So, like few months.
Yeah, a few months.
A few months ago.
You forgot about that.
Yeah,
yes.
I forgot about that one.
Yeah.
But outside
and that
of
was
it,
just such a what in the hell happened
Yeah,
there?
that was kind of a one-off. I mean, generally speaking, like Giannis is coming off one of his best seasons ever. I know they didn't, they had some problems.
He's averaging 30 a game, for God's sake.
In the playoffs, but he's just been awesome.
And unlike Luka, he has led his team to an NBA championship before. And
yeah, he's a champion. He's at prime age. He's playing his best. Like, dude, the championship race next year could be. It's just a lot of it hinges on where the hell Giannis is playing.
Yeah, I mean, he is a guy that absolutely could tilt the tables. Someone bringing up Anthony Davis. I mean, he's right on the cusp. And by the way, again, no one wants to give him credit for it. Anthony Davis did win an NBA championship in LA with LeBron. So
he did.
But and that could be the sort of thing. You would assume that if Giannis ends up going to a place that doesn't have to gut their team, because normally, like when a guy like Carmelo forces his way out and he ends up in New York, it guts the team. And nothing really happens. I mean, Lillard forcing his way out ended up in Milwaukee. We thought that was going to be a monumental shift, but Lillard was never the gravitational player that Giannis was, and obviously that didn't work out very well. And maybe the Giannis thing blows up, but you would think that Giannis ending up somewhere, and I think he's 30 years old. He's right around there. You would think that Giannis on a contending team, whether that be a Houston or someone like that, you would think that would be a monumental shift.
Kevin Durant, when he went to the Warriors, that's tough to beat.
But that's free agency.
Yeah, it wasn't a trade though. He got
no, I know.
Choose.
I didn't say trade. I just a player
just
that
moving.
Yeah, a player that good in his prime. Durant at that time was,
and by the way, it led to
28.
It led to 2 NBA championships.
So he was 20. He was even younger than Giannis.
Younger than
had
Giannis.
already won an MVP.
Uh-huh.
So that's going to be tough to beat. So if you say LeBron the 3 times that he did it, KD, because he went to Golden State, but also, I mean, you could say the Brooklyn. He was a little older.
Yeah.
Well, no, he was 30.
He's 30?
Nope, 32.
Okay.
Because he was hurt. Remember, he had the Achilles.
Yeah.
So that cost him a year. So he was 32 by the time he went to Brooklyn. So if you go LeBron the 3 times he moved, KD, Luka gets thrown in there, but Giannis is better than Luka.
Yeah.
So Giannis would be the 2nd or 3rd best player in their prime to move teams if he does.
Shaq from Orlando to LA was a seismic shift.
How old was Shaq? He was pretty
young, and they had been to an NBA Finals, and I think it was Olajuwon that dispatched him. I think they swept him, and Shaq left Orlando, goes to LA, and we know eventually.
Yeah, he was only 24.
24, and that obviously took a little bit, but that led to Kobe, and that led to, a dynasty there. So, I mean, these are the sort of moves that could absolutely rock the NBA. And by the way, if I'm Milwaukee, I do it. I would do it even if he didn't ask to. If you're Milwaukee,
you kind of have to.
You can't be left holding the bag.
You can't. So he's got, I think, 2 years left. He talked about before Lillard came about, hey, he has said openly he needs 2 championships, right? He's not going to stick around and waste his time on a team that isn't competitive. So you went out, you made your swing with Lillard, and I applaud you for it. It didn't work. Lillard's on the back end of his career. He's coming off a torn Achilles. That ain't happening. And I don't think they own their first round pick until it's like 2030 something. They can't trade multiple ones because it's so far out. There's no avenue for them to get better. They've tried. They've tried multiple times, and they even, tried to put some stuff around with the Kuzma deal. It didn't work. So if you're Milwaukee, you got 2 choices. You sit around for 2 more years and you let Giannis flounder and he gets pissed off and in 2 years he walks, or while he's still young, you go out and you try to pitch him to a Houston or an Oklahoma City or a Utah or what. He wouldn't go to Utah, but a team that could win, and you get the biggest package you can for him, and you sell off everything else you have, and you just do a hard reset. You just do. It's the only way a team like Milwaukee is going to be competitive. You got a title out of Giannis, which is all you can ask for in a small market team. It's time to punt and get Giannis somewhere else and get a major haul for him coming back.
So a couple things as we await the draft lottery order. They will reveal it when they come back from break. So I don't know if we keep it here. Do we keep it here, Buckley? Or do we...
How long ago did they break?
A little on-air producing here. I don't know. They have a countdown clock.
We'd probably break, come back, and then we can go the next one.
Yeah, they'll probably introduce
Well, I will say that Cooper Flag is there.
Yeah.
For some reason.
Yeah. Well,
it's kind of stupid.
It's kind of a big deal.
Well, I know, but why would you?
I don't know. Well, it's just
they pay him to be there. You think?
The media hype. I think they encourage him to be there.
Where's Mallory Edens?
Build the brand.
Is that
not a lottery team?
Is that the hot?
Yeah, Mallory Edens. She was the one. She was the Bucks owner.
Yeah.
Owner's daughter.
Yeah.
Bucks owner's daughter, who was stooping Aaron Rodgers.
Oh yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah. Well, you got 2 choices.
But they're not in the lottery.
No, you either bring out the little kid for like the sympathy, you bring out like the player or the wily vet, or you go with the hot.
Well, remember, it was Dan Gilbert's son with the little bow tie that kept winning the #1 pick.
Yeah.
Didn't they spend one of those on, was it Anthony Bennett?
I think one was Anthony Bennett, and I think the other was that other one LeBron, or was the other one Wiggins?
In that Anthony Bennett draft, was there another player to be drafted that was really good, or was it all just
I'll take a look. And I think it was Wiggins because I think they dealt it for Kevin Love, which did ultimately lead to a title, but not really.
All right, so the Blazers have a 3.7% chance of landing the #1 pick. Will they get it? We're going to begin to find out next on The Fan.
It's back, and it's sure.
All right, we will get to Stock Watch in a moment.
It's getting interesting, though.
We have news to report.
Not for the Blazers, though. I'm going to need an ambulance, but not for me.
Okay, your Portland Trailblazers, the NBA Draft Lottery is tonight. Your Portland Trailblazers will select number 11. So that's not.
That is in Con Knipple rage, by the way. But also maybe Derek Queen.
Very much so.
The freshman out of Maryland.
So cue the conspiracy theories.
Yes.
Because Washington and Utah have fallen out of the top 4, and they had two of the three teams with the best odds of the number 1 pick.
Yes.
They are both out. Utah will pick 5th. Washington will pick 6th. The 4 teams left are Philly, Charlotte, Dallas,
and San Antonio.
And San
Antonio.
Is it San Antonio?
Yes.
Okay.
San Antonio is also picking 14th, but yes.
Yeah, they have the 2.
They have the 2.
So, cue the conspiracy theorist that what's his name? Who's the
Cooper Flag?
No, who's the Mavs guy?
Nico Harris.
Nico got hooked up.
Nico got hooked up here.
Hey, you ship what's his nuts?
Luca.
Slovenian boy.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford
life insurance. I can't afford it.
Did you do that?
I'm not putting it off. No, I didn't touch anything.
We ship Luca out of town. You take all the heat. We give you Anthony Davis. And then, by the way, we also give you Cooper Flag.
So the Spurs. So here's what we have so far. The Spurs will pick 14th, Atlanta 13, Chicago 12, Portland 11, Houston 10. That's that Suns pick.
Yeah.
Toronto 9, Brooklyn 8, New Orleans 7, Washington 6, Utah 5.
Yeah.
What if Dallas gets the number 1 pick, dude?
Oh, well, what if San Antonio gets the number 1 pick?
Well, like I said, I was rooting for that. I wouldn't want to see Dallas get the number 1 pick. I think that's
so. If you're Dallas, you get Kyrie back off the injury. You're pairing Cooper Flag with Kyrie and Anthony Davis. You get him in Philly, and if everyone stays healthy, you're pairing him with Maxey. You're pairing him with Embiid. You're pairing him with Paul George. If you put him in San Antonio, you're pairing him with Castle, with Fox. Oh, yeah, that Wemby guy. I guess if you're putting him in Charlotte, it's with LaMelo Ball and who's the kid out of Alabama?
Fears?
No, went ahead of Scoot.
Miller.
Brandon Miller. So one of those things, not quite as exciting as the other, but I guess you could make the case.
Dude, the Mavs had a 1.8% chance of the number 1 pick.
And there they are.
1.8%.
Yeah.
You're just poo-pooing the Blazers' skyrocketed chances of 3.7%. You're like, no way. Well, the team with 1.8 could get it.
Welcome Igor Demon to the Portland Blazers. Come on down, Igor.
No, it's Conky Nipple time.
Let's go. I swear to God, if they pick Conkinipple.
Oh, they're going to pick Conkinipple.
My head will explode.
And they're going to do it despite you.
My head will explode if you do that.
All right, we'll keep you posted there at break. Let's get to our stock watch. Here is Ryan, Dr. Ryan J. Buckley, MD.
The third.
That's right.
Fan.
Let's do a little NBA talk today. This on the heels of the Cleveland Cavaliers having their backs against the wall. Here's Kenny Atkinson on Donovan Mitchell.
What can you tell us about Donovan?
Left ankle injury. He'll get a MRI tomorrow.
So obviously there's just not much more you can say as far as availability.
I mean, no idea. I mean, obviously he couldn't go in the second half. So, see what the MRI says.
Considering the 1-seed Cavaliers losing their superstar and the commanding lead the Pacers have, buy or sell, the Pacers will win the Eastern Conference.
1, 2, 3, Cancun. No, I still think it's going to be the Boston Celtics. But fun fact, I was watching the hockey game, and then it went into intermission, and I flipped over because I was like, oh yeah, there's an NBA game, and I flipped over. And Indiana hit a 3 to go up by 41.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage?
It'd be nice if we had an engineer.
Hey, you know
what?
What
the hell is going on?
It would be nice if I could have affordable life insurance. I would like that.
I'm staring at the board. I don't know where those sounds are coming from.
I didn't touch anything.
I didn't either. I'm just sitting here.
This is trouble.
I have nothing in front of me. I'm not allowed to touch anything.
Perhaps we have opened up a new revenue stream. Ads during programming.
Boy, I love this. I love this.
Just interrupt the programming.
Yeah. Well,
Very effective ad.
Oh boy, the Hornets are picking 4.
Sixers got.
So it's
3.
So none of the teams with the best odds to get number 1 got number 1.
It's San Antonio or Dallas.
It's Dallas. Dallas got number 1, dude.
Dallas got 1.
Dallas got number 1.
Wow.
What the hell? No.
All-time bailout.
No freaking way.
Wow.
No freaking way.
Is there a name for the sense of relief that Nico Harrison feels today?
The fix is in.
Dude,
Jeez.
the fix is so in. I am sorry I cannot be convinced this was not all set up.
They had a 1.8?
1.8% chance.
They're the spot right behind the Blazers.
The fix is in.
Guaranteed.
You do a once-in-a-lifetime trade.
Lowest odds ever to win the lottery.
Once-in-a-lifetime trade that makes no sense to anybody. Then you have the commissioner come out and during a press conference say that he's the NBA ratings that kind of upticked in the second half, and he was glad because remember at the beginning of the year they were down, and he alluded to a phantom trade that caused some interest. And then you have the lowest odds of all time, and you get the number 1 pick that just happens to be supposedly this generational player. Come on!
Spitballing, if I may.
You need insurance?
No, I have life insurance.
But is it affordable?
But I tell you got my attention if you throw an ad right in our segments.
Yeah.
Like
I still don't understand.
Those are high-dollar ads.
Well, I see our new boss, Dusty, is sitting right out there. They're watching the draft
Maybe he
lottery.
can fix it.
Yeah. Anyway, what if, remember when we were talking about the Luka trade, and perhaps it's the new owner of the Mavericks dumping in order to get the team so bad they can move to Vegas because they're Vegas people?
Yeah.
What if this is the NBA saying, don't move to Vegas. We'll give you the number 1 pick.
I love conspiracy theories.
What about that?
This is fantastic. Look.
And the Spurs are picking 2, by the way.
Yeah.
Mavs 1, Spurs 2, Sixers 3, Hornets 4.
Now, let's just say three very interesting teams that are good go 1, 2, 3, and the 3 teams that suck ass that no one wants to pay any attention to all fall out of the top 3. Come on! Come on!
Dude, this is amazing. Okay.
Meanwhile, Portland at 11.
Back to our stock watch. What was the stock?
Yeah, the Pacers going to win the East now that they have a commanding lead in their series, and Boston looks shaky.
I really like my Pacers, but no, I think it will be. Boston too. Although if the Knicks win that series, then it could be the Pacers. How about that?
Yeah.
Is that a hot take?
Well, the Pacers, to give Indiana credit, which no one does, this will be the second year they've been in the Eastern Conference Finals. They have quietly Pritchard and company out there. They have put together a nice little team.
Good little club.
Good little club. And yet we act like Indiana's like some slappy
Well,
out there East.
only one fan personality had the courage to pick Indiana. Believe you're looking at
Schultze was really...
I did it jokingly, though. I was saying, like, hey, my Pacers, I got the Pacers, and then, lo and behold, look how smart
Somewhere
I am.
Dave Letterman is thrilled.
Yeah. All right.
Well, let's move on to a little NBA media news as a GOAT joining some NBA coverage. They reported on this on ESPN. Here's Molly Karam.
Michael Jordan will serve as a special contributor to NBC's upcoming NBA coverage, the network announced. Stephen A.
In what capacity? That's what I want to know. Let me
As
tell
a
her
contributor, Stephen A.
a contributor in what regard? You know what I'm saying? I mean,
analysis.
All right, an analysis. Well, first of all, obviously, we are talking about the GOAT, the greatest ever, okay? So certainly the qualifications are there. I just want to know, because you know that's my brother. Yes, I love my brother, Michael Jordan. I just want to know, is it going to be the Michael Jordan, you know, that you see on television? Or is it going to be the Michael Jordan we speak to? Because it's the Michael Jordan we speak to. Oh, it's going to be epic. It's going to be epic. This brother, the things that he will say and the way that he says them and the way that he breaks them down, Lord have mercy. Molly, that's on another level. You understand? But if it's NBC and the little kids out there are watching, And, you know, he wants to mind his manners about every little syllable
Why
he
am I
utters.
listening to this?
Eh?
Turn it off.
Yeah, right.
God.
That brother
different
ain't used to
accents
being
can
all right.
you do
He used
in
to
one
being great.
clip?
Buy or sell your off the Stephen A. 2028 presidential ticket.
Yes.
Just kidding.
Was
That
never
wasn't-
on it.
Stephen A. hyperbole aside, buy or sell that Michael Jordan appearing on NBC basketball NBA coverage is enough of a draw to get you to tune in.
No.
It will be for a lot of people.
Not for me.
I don't know if I don't know if it gets me. I'll tell you what, it puts it on my radar. It does. Look, if you told me that the greatest athlete in any sport was going to go on the coverage of something, especially the one like in the 30 for 30, or not 30 for 30, The Last Dance, like I said, I'm not going to do 9 annoying accents and change my inflection
Please, will
37
you?
different times. But if you get that Jordan, absolutely. And you don't hear from Michael. You just don't.
Right.
So yes, this is going to be a huge deal. And by the way, watch him now come on and do 8 seconds worth of something and it goes away.
And he's like Magic Johnson.
He's like, this guy's a really good basketball player.
But
Like, thanks, Mike.
potentially, this is massive. And if he wanted to, he could replace Barkley as the biggest voice in NBA media. I just don't know if he has any desire to, but it will get my attention. Don't know if it'll get me to tune in every night for every second, but this will get my attention.
And we talked about this in the last segment briefly, but this is Shams Charania on Giannis's future.
Giannis Antetokounmpo, the two-time NBA MVP, he has not made any firm decisions about his future, but sources tell me for the first time in his 12-year NBA career, he is open-minded about whether his best fit is in Milwaukee or playing elsewhere and exploring what those options outside of Milwaukee look like. Is it sensible for him to potentially leave? And I'm here in Chicago. This is the summit of Giannis Antetokounmpo. All 30 decision makers are descending upon this city now. Agents all in town. There's going to be plenty of natural, substantive conversations that are going to be taking place here. And we've known over the last several years, Giannis Antetokounmpo has been very open-minded about at least expressing that he is going to explore options because his goal is to win a championship. He said it over the years that my goal, I only want to win and compete for rings. He said it on his brother Tanas's podcast last month that if I don't retire, if I retire without winning a second championship, he's not going to be able to essentially sleep at night. And so that's his goal. What is that?
That's enough from Shams.
That was really long, too.
Yeah, it went too long.
What is going on with you?
I don't know. I'm off my game considering there's gremlins in the board throwing ads at us mid-segment.
Right.
So things are going a little wonky here. But buy or sell. Now, Vegas Odds still has the first game Giannis plays next season to be in a Milwaukee Bucks jersey. Buy or sell, he will be a Milwaukee Buck at the beginning of next season.
I don't think so. If Milwaukee has any sort of sense, and, you know, they've been an aggressive front office. This is it. Giannis was talking about leaving. You made the move for Dame. It didn't work. Dame tears the Achilles. He's on the wrong side of 30. You don't own your own first-round pick, I think, until like 2031. You've given them away and then pick swaps. There's really no avenue for you to get better. You got 2 more years of Giannis under contract, and he's going to get increasingly unhappy. You make the move now. You call up Houston, and you see what you can get out of the Houston Rockets. How many first-round picks can you get? Maybe 2 young players and 2 ones, maybe 3 ones to go get a package from Houston. That's the one that makes sense. Hopefully Houston bites. If not, you start exploring the other young teams that Giannis would re-sign with, because you can't ship him somewhere where he's going to be the only one, because again, he's not going to be happy. And he won't re-sign there. But yes, Milwaukee needs to be smart and do this. It's their only chance of flipping the page. This run is over, and it netted you a championship. And for a small market team, I think that's all you can really hope for, is your star got you an NBA championship. And now it's time to let him go and rebuild the next chapter of the Milwaukee Bucks.
So this is akin to when we were sitting here as Blazer fans saying, hey, love Damian Lillard, but it's time to make a move. But this one is much more necessary for Milwaukee because of just the player that Giannis is. considering his contract situation in 2 years. He's up, and then also just the fact that he's a MVP level player in his prime. You have to flip the script on him and that franchise, and you have to do it this offseason.
Yes.
It only makes sense if they hold on to him. That is maybe an owner saying, "Oh, can't let him go," or somebody's being stubborn because
you gotta do
it does not make sense. Nope. You got to make the move, and it's why a lot of Blazer fans kind of knew that it's like when you traded Lillard. It's like, okay, I get it.
Yep.
Even though that trade's looking better and better, by the way.
Yeah.
As time goes on.
Yeah, Dame has kind of fallen apart.
But yeah, exactly. But there's no way you could have predicted that.
No.
But yeah, I just think Milwaukee's got to do it. The Stock Watch each Monday brought to you by Goldberg Jones. When it comes to divorce, custody, or child support issues, trust Goldberg Jones to help. Call 1-800-DIVORCE. Phone questions answered at no charge. Somebody gets their own day in Eugene. And how do you feel about daily express trips to the coast? How do you feel about that? Those items next on In the News on The Fan. Here's Buck.
This is a PGA Championship Week edition of Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
Brought to you by Langdon Farms Golf Club.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this SportsCenter update. First on The Fan, draft lottery results are in. The Blazers, who had the 10th best odds of getting the number 1 pick, did not, in fact, end up in the 10th slot. They fall back 1 slot to 11. That's because the team with the 11th best odds of getting the first pick, the Dallas Mavericks, moved all the way up to number 1 to claim the first overall selection. It was only a 1.8% chance. They'll be followed by the San Antonio Spurs, who are picking second. On the hardwood tonight, the Celtics try to even their series with the Knicks in Game 4 at Madison Square Garden. Tip-off for that one coming up in just a matter of moments on ESPN. Boston's a 6.5-point road favorite. Then at 7, also on ESPN, the Warriors try to even their series against the T-Wolves at Chase Center. Steph Curry still out for Golden State with that hamstring injury. Minnesota laying 5.5 on the road. On the ice tonight, a pair of Stanley Cup playoff games as Alex Ovechkin and the Caps are trying to even their series with the Hurricanes in Carolina. But the Canes already up 1-0 in the first period. Meanwhile, the late game is Las Vegas visiting the Edmonton Oilers for Game 4 at 6:30. It's also on TNT and Max as the Golden Knights try to even that series. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
Do it every morning. Dirt and Spray. Weekdays 6 to 9 a.m. on Portland's sports leader, 1080 The Fan.
Yeah. If you're scheduled to do a live read and your co-host has abandoned you and you feel lost, a little confused, thirsty, maybe a little hungry, you're already angry at the Dallas Mavericks getting the number 1 overall pick, I don't know what to do. I'm probably going to lash out irrationally at some point, probably punch someone in the face. Then they're going to sue me, and I'm going to have to turn around and sue Rob for starting this whole domino.
Yeah, this is his fault.
I would think so. So bottom line is that when I act irrationally, it is not my fault. And then I injure someone, then I need to get my own attorney. And that attorney, if you've been injured, there's only one place to call, and that's the advocates. You call Donican, and you get Rob on the hook, and you say, no. Not this time, Isaac Rob. And then you talk like Stephen A. Smith, and then you just start yelling and screaming about, like, I don't know, a lot of irrational things. And then Donican goes to Rob, those big, deep Rob pockets, and they give him the business, and then I'm sitting pretty. Or how about this? If you've been injured in an accident, maybe a car wreck, maybe a freak hide-a-bed accident, because sometimes actually bad things happen to good people, and you're kind of lost and you don't know what to do, and you're dealing with insurance companies and you're dealing with someone else's attorney, and it's kind of scary. This is actually what you do is you call the advocates. They're really good people. Ken, Donnie, that whole staff up there, they do a bang-up job. We know these people, and trust me, if you've ever thought, do I need an attorney? The answer is yes. So go to advocateslaw.com. Consultations are free to hire them. You will never write them a check. They don't get paid until you get paid. Check it out, advocateslaw.com.
All right. Well, we got to the bottom of our misfire life insurance ad.
Can I tell you, by the way, real quick, before we reveal the cause of that, which is just phenomenal.
This is great.
Watching Dusty in real time figure out the dumb crap that he has to deal with now that he is our boss is amazing.
It's Dusty's first day on the job.
Yeah, officially.
And he's still here.
Yeah.
And, of course, he had to host this show.
Yeah.
And I went out there and told him about what happened because we don't have an engineer now.
No.
So it's a little – it's like – so if you didn't hear, we had a life insurance ad that wasn't in our stack, just like fire off right in the middle of our segment twice. One time maybe 3 seconds, another time maybe 6 seconds. I don't know.
Here's the situation.
And then it went off.
Yeah, if we need affordable life insurance, which, who doesn't?
I loved it.
Yeah.
I mean, I think Odyssey should start doing that.
I love
the ads should not be pre-planned.
No.
They should just fire off whenever.
Yeah.
Because then it catches people off guard and they listen.
No, and we shut up because we're like, what just happened?
Oh, life.
And
I
now
do
all of a
need
sudden
life
we
insurance.
do need life
And now
insurance.
we're commenting on it. It's like extra value.
Yeah.
So it was a little worrisome, and we ran out there and we were like, Cooley, Dusty, you got a problem. No. This would normally be Joey's forte, but he's not here anymore. And Dusty just came in during the break and let us know that the culprit behind the life insurance ad firing off twice was none other than the great
and new
assistant brand manager.
Hold on, everybody.
Jason Swigert. From home, remotely effing with our program. Thank you.
We think.
Does Dusty regret being brand manager? Yes or no?
I think we know the answer to that. I love the idea that somewhere Swag is out in Hillsborough randomly firing off insurance ad spots, unaware that he's playing them on the air.
How can he even do that?
I don't know.
Is that? Did you know you could do that?
He has remote access to wide orbit so that he can adjust the stacks and he can change things.
Why not?
But
great idea.
Generally,
to give
not
him
the best
remote
practice
access.
to do it while we're on air.
I'm gonna get remote access to the station.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am. I'm putting it on my laptop. And you know what's gonna happen? I'm gonna throw in cool bits from me during Dirt and Sprague show.
Reff's just firing off fart. He wakes up in the morning, just reaches over in a stupor, starts firing off fart drops.
Actually, didn't Joey tell you he could do this for you for like remote broadcasts? That he could like sync you up with the board?
Yeah, I can get. Did you know this? Not to get like too in the weeds
But
here,
we're about to get into
who
the weeds.
cares? I can on my laptop, or you if you wanted it. When we're on remote, we can play the drops. From we can access our computer system from
Look at us.
From those laptops.
Except,
not that we will.
Under no circumstances should anyone, including Swag, be given remote access. This is like handing out nuke codes. And now look what's happened.
Taking the confidential documents home with you?
This is not good. Especially of all people, Swigard.
I know.
For God's sake.
But I mean, my God, if I told you, hey, somebody at the Fan's responsible for that, who are you naming? Swigard. And you're going instantly to Swigard.
Yeah, and they would be like, there's no way Swag could do that. He's not even in the building, and yet.
That's so on brand for
It is,
Swigard not to
yes.
be on the building and not to be in the building and firing off spots on
Still
our show.
finding a way to do it.
All right, it is May 12, 2025. Time for In the News. I am your noted newsman. Hello, thank you so very much, you little
careful darlings.
There you
go. Hello, darling.
It's brought to you by the Advocates, injury attorneys at advocateslaw.com. Today is International Nurses Day.
Oh, go nurses.
Oh, hell yeah.
You have a former nurse. Actually,
dude,
your kid.
So many nurses in our family. Well, my brother is a nurse.
Yeah.
His wife is a nurse.
Nice play, nurse.
My wife is a ex-nurse.
Yes.
My son is a nurse. His friend is a nurse. And I'm a nurse.
It's a lot of nurses. You're a nurse too, huh?
My mom's a nurse.
Really?
Yep.
Seems
Just
a
retired.
little lowbrow for the Buckley family.
Well, I mean, she did finish her nursing career in medical device sales as a clinical
expert.
That's better.
That's big money.
Yeah.
But she worked at the bedside for 30 years.
Medical device sales. There's also National Nutty Fudge Day.
Oh, well, I'm not a huge fudge guy, but if I am going to have fudge, I would like to have nuts in it, so.
Thank you for that.
Nuts make fudge and chocolate better, do they not?
Depends on the nut.
Yeah,
Nah, it doesn't.
I couldn't agree more.
No, you throw any nut in there, it's going to be better.
I don't know, man. I don't need a bunch of walnuts around.
What? Dude, walnuts are delightful.
Yeah, very mid.
Throw an almond in there.
We think.
Sabrina Ionescu, who is a legend at the University of Oregon, is set to return to Eugene as the Liberty face off in the game against bloop the Ducks. Right?
No.
No, it's an
Who's playing?
It's an exhibition game against
preseason
a foreign team, I thought.
Oh, okay. Well, anyway, the city has declared that's tonight. We were going to air it for you, but we can't because the WNBA won't let us.
Yeah,
they're mean.
They're doing this where they're bringing the WNBA stars back to their hometown.
Yeah, Caitlin Clark played back at Iowa last week, and it's a whole thing.
So they have declared May 12th Sabrina Ionescu Day in Eugene.
Hey, there you go.
There you go.
She was at the Met Gala the other day looking great. She has played against the Toyota Antelopes.
Now, are they from Japan or are they just sponsored by the car company?
I don't know. Are you really asking me for a hot Toyota Antelopes talk?
I kind of want to know where. What's the Toyota
I'm on
Antelope
it.
all about?
Hold on. See what we can do.
It is kind of cool, though. I've seen some stuff about this. She has said that because her last season in Eugene ended with the whole COVID thing and having their run cut short and not really doing any of the pomp and circumstance that you would, that this is kind of her official farewell to Eugene. So she tweeted over the weekend that she and her teammates would be down at Rennie's over the weekend, which they were.
Oh, nice.
And I think it's going to be a cool thing tonight.
By the way, you are correct. The Toyota Antelope are a professional women's basketball team in Japan.
Okay.
And fun fact, they're from Nagoya, the hometown of the BTJ.
You should get her some tickets.
That is the hometown BTJs. They should be the Toyota BTJs, big time Japanese.
Do you think she knows any of them?
I'm going to say no. In fact, I guarantee she has no idea who the Toyota Antelopes are.
Well, just by association, I think that makes the Sakanic household a Toyota Antelopes household.
I think that's right. I think you got to go down there and get your Toyota Antelopes pom-poms.
I think what time's the game start?
And head on down.
It's at 6.
I got to go right now.
You got to leave.
Traffic is going to be problematic. Maybe we catch the second half. If only there was a radio station that I could listen to it on. Oh, wait, there's not.
I will give the radio station a little credit. They tried to air it.
They tried.
But the WNBA ain't having that.
Fortunately, we will not get to see the foolproof strategy of Yuko Ogami, head coach of the Toyota Antelopes, who recently played a game against the Dallas Wings of the WNBA. I don't know what that score was.
Day trips to the coast just got easier. That story next on The Fan.
This is The Fan's Window into Sports, a view into today's top stories, brought to you by Window Nation, online at windownation.com.
Back out for Gostisbehere, who has a point in each of the last 2 games. Maintains control along the line. Gostisbehere now shoots.
That was the Hurricanes scoring a goal.
Yeah.
Shane Gostisbehere.
Yeah, the floodgates open. The Winnipeg Jets have the best goalie in hockey, and he gets to the postseason, and he absolutely just craps the bed every year, and here we go again. It's very disappointing.
Window into Sports Report brought to you by Window Nation. 60% off and a free entry door when you purchase a house of windows from Window Nation. Plus, pay nothing until 2027. Free estimates at windownation.com or 866-90-NATION. 90-NATION.
Hey, it's Isaac Ropp. Now, a few things improved the aesthetic of your home, like new windows. We replaced all the windows in our house several years ago. The look of our home improved immensely, and we pay far less in utilities. Upgrade your home's windows right now at Window Nation. Their semi-annual sale offers 60% off and a free door when you get a house of windows. Plus, pay nothing for 2 years. It's time for a change that's both sustainable and beautiful. Energy efficient and eco-friendly windows from Window Nation. Free estimate at 866-90-NATION or windownation.com.
Check out the Fan Merch Locker.
There's a lot of people. It's like Woodstock, except everybody's got their clothes on.
We have a new iconic 1080 The Fan logoed hoodie for you.
Whenever you get one, you feel good about it.
You can still pick up the classic Fan t-shirt that says,
"It's over, we think."
And of course, the Mike Lynch Fight ALS shirt, or What's in the Grab Bag.
That's swing, spelled S-W-I-N-J.
Shop the Fan
I don't know, let's say 10 million extra in NIL monies.
It would be depending,
Worth it?
because if it was like Filson, it'd be awesome because I love Filson. But if we were like the Vagisil Cougars, it could get uncomfortable, right? We're like,
not with the Vagisil.
2 fingers of the oily bomb and we're all good. Like, it would depend on
Did you guys like the delay of us thinking about that before we actually laughed?
For a second, I thought it wasn't going to land.
Took me
No,
a
it
second.
landed.
Right? Like, it all depended on, like if you're going to be a product. I think the New York Red Bull, that's kind of a cool name, right? Like, for a soccer team, that works. But if you were the New York, I don't know, the New York Pepsi.
Well, like in Japan, one of the baseball teams is the Nippon Ham Fighters.
Yeah.
And it's like people confuse them as being the Ham Fighters,
No.
but it's like they're sponsored by Nippon Ham.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, again, it's coming our way pretty soon here. Look, the WNBA has yet to turn a dollar ever in a quarter century of playing.
You mean a profit?
A profit, yes. They've never made $1. I'm sorry, but if a team came to an owner and was like, yeah, you're no longer the Portland whatever we're going to be, and you're now going to be the Nike whatever, they're like, sure, sign me up for it. Thanks for the money.
What if it starts with Portland's team?
I mean, the Nike Trailblazers, you could do a lot worse, right?
Yeah.
What about the sports bra? the sports bra ladybuds.
Ladybug.
The sports bra thorns?
I don't know.
That sounds painful.
The sports bra. No, I'm talking about the WNBA team.
Oh, yeah.
What would you name? What are we going to name the WNBA team?
I thought of something, but I'm going to just shut my mouth.
Why?
Well, the sports bra, there was the natural, we were just.
Yeah?
Oh, the sports bra naturals?
No, but that's pretty good.
Were you thinking Bavarian milkers?
I was thinking more along the lines.
Those are your own words.
Thinking like some Bavarian milkers. Context matters. See? Context matters. I think maybe the sports bra D's.
Oh, there you go.
God.
I mean, we could do the sports bra A's, right?
The A cups. Why is that so funny?
I was thinking the A's because of the athletics.
What about the sports bra straps?
Yeah, you could do something like that. Keep it classy.
Well, day trips to the coast just got easier. Starting Memorial Day weekend, Portland area residents can take an express route to and from select Oregon beaches. Now, that sounds pretty cool, doesn't it?
Yeah, except we don't have high-speed transport anyway.
Exactly.
Not yet.
That's why I thought this story a tad misleading.
Yeah.
Because when I hear that, I'm like, ooh, wait, what? All it is just somebody driving you out to the coast.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Is it just a clickbait headline? What?
Well, it's just they use the word express, and that leads us to
think faster.
Yeah, but of course we know that infrastructure is not there. So what do we even like? I mean, the joke's really on us.
Yeah,
like
it's
we
just-
knew it wasn't going to
It's
be
just
high
catching
speed.
a ride out to the coast.
Exactly.
It's so stupid.
So it says, this is from the Oregon Coast Visitors Association. Building on the region's growing network of car-free travel options, the North Coast Express offers a new stress-free way to experience the North Coast. No keys required. Riders can enjoy a full day of coastal exploration or plan a longer stay with flexible return date ticketing. It is a seasonal transit service. Will depart from Beaverton Sunset Transit Center from Friday through Sunday, launching on May 23rd and ending in late August.
So I'm just getting a bus.
Yeah, pretty much. They will depart at 9:30, stops in Seaside, Canna Beach, and Astoria before returning to Beaverton at 8:30 p.m. That is the northbound express. The southbound express departs at 10 a.m. and stops at Rockaway Beach and the Tillamook Creamery before returning at 8
Cool.
p.m.
You've rebranded Greyhound. Awesome. Now,
And
if
you can use either route for midday connections to other destinations along the coast.
It's a good thing that, we don't have high-speed rail in the United States because that would be terrible because then you could actually have express.
I mean, is it a fair gripe to wonder why the hell we don't have high-speed rail in the United States?
You could make the argument that we've always been built. I had this discussion when I was in Italy with my buddy. We just have always been built for cars. We're a society built on cars, and because we're so spread out, and we're so far behind the eight ball now that costs would prohibit it. The estimate to build 1 mile of high-speed rail in the United States, depending on the terrain and buying the land, between $55 and $500 million to build 1 mile of high-speed rail.
But because we're so spread out, you would think that would have been like something many years ago that they would have gotten on.
Like it would have been a priority because it could solve such a need. Yeah.
We would have had to start it decades ago, and now we're behind the 8 ball, and the cost is just so astronomical.
How much are round-trip tickets to this hot coastal express?
That is the least expressy thing ever. That's going to take so long to drive there and
Would you like to guess?
I'll go like $60.
$49.99 for passengers traveling with one personal item and carry-on item. Those traveling with larger items like bicycles or surfboards will pay $59.99.
Yeah, I'm good.
So there you go. The new express.
Is there demand for this? Do we think people are shelling out $50 to go to the coast and back?
Great question. Don't know. I mean, I get the idea of it.
Yeah,
I'm like,
too.
but I don't know. I don't know about that.
It's not going to be me.
I think it's easier to just drive.
I would tend to agree.
I mean, it's not that far.
Public transit in our country is a great idea in theory until you actually have to use it.
But this is designed to reduce passengers' travel carbon emissions by almost 80%. Yeah. So.
But when you're in Europe, you use it all the time. Japan, all the time. Here, not so much.
That's your in the news for May 12, 2025, brought to you by the Advocates, Injury Attorneys at advocateslaw.com. Thank you. Thank you very much. Coming up next, and the Blazers will pick not number 1 when we return on The Fan.
I'm George McCoy with Warren Allen, Attorneys at Law.
Club happens Tuesday, June 24th. Presented by your local Toyota dealers. Reserve your foursome now at 1080thefan.com. Primetime on 1080 The Fan.
Gentlemen, we all know this is illegal and against club practice. I'd like to ask at this time if you gentlemen all agree to waive all sanction against said referee or anything that might get me fired.
This is a PGA Championship Week edition of Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
Brought to you by Langdon Farms Golf Club, the best course in the Northwest for year-round golf. Book your tee time at langdonfarms.com.
It's PGA Championship Week on Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
Keep it fair, will you?
On 1080 The Fan.
All right, welcome back. Hope we're having a nice little Monday. Sports Bros here. I'm Rob. Big Sook's right over there.
Right here.
Look at him. Ryan Buckley's here. It is pouring rain outside.
Yeah, the rain's back most of the week.
But that's okay.
Good thing you're going to Salina, Kansas.
Yeah, it's sunny and 90 degrees there.
Can't wait for that hot U-Haul drive from Salina to Portland.
Yeah, I'm going to have to figure out a way to watch the PGA Championship because we leave Saturday.
Well, you just put the phone on the old dashboard and...
Yeah, is that legal?
No, but you're going to do it.
I think I am.
I once in traffic watched the Buffalo Bills play a Thursday night football game that way.
Did you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've all...
Yeah, right.
We've all done that.
Sure.
And we have also... Come on, let's be honest. We've all also wondered, with those screens that they're putting in new cars now, why can't those just be TVs?
Well, you can... It's illegal.
I know, but I'm just saying.
I had an aftermarket system put in a Cadillac. I mean, this was years and years ago. And... I guess I shouldn't say the name of the place, but you can bypass that, and I could play things on my screen.
Wait.
Yeah.
You're saying that you owned a Cadillac?
Yes.
I remember that Cadillac, the red one.
Yes.
You put a TV in it?
Well,
on the main console.
So I put in a better stereo in it, and so the stereo was a big flat screen, touch screen. And then like you could use the backup camera in that. And the guy where I installed it, for a couple extra bucks, he modified it where I could watch
TV
or
so you just like could flip through channels on your.
No, but you had to have like this was back. I don't even think I had streaming options, but you could play DVDs or whatever, and you could watch them. And then as it got older and it had internet capabilities on my phone, you could watch like YouTube videos and stuff. I didn't have any streaming options at the time, but I could play YouTube videos. I could play DVDs.
But if you did have streaming options, you could just stream it up to that.
Yes,
dude.
Because I could cast from. I could. Well, that was before casting. You could plug my phone into it.
Yeah.
And then anything that was on my phone, you could watch on the screen.
So I'm guessing then
I think it was like 50 extra bucks. The guy, and he kind of
$50.
Yeah.
And that was in like what year was that?
Probably? Oh God, that was like. I mean, that was
15 years ago.
15 years ago.
Yeah, so I mean, I can't imagine what's out there now.
What DVDs did you pop in there?
Don't worry about it. It's just, I think it was the 1986 classic "Let's Go Mets Go" as I would drive around. I do remember once driving down to the Coats and I watched Flash Gordon.
Okay,
but it was long.
I want one now.
You what?
I want one.
Well, again. Don't know what you can do with the factory stuff, but I'm
going to ask the U-Haul people when I pick up the U-Haul.
Yeah.
Maybe be like, hey, does this have a TV in it?
I do remember specifically like him showing me all the capabilities and then being like, yeah, you can't watch anything on there. And me being like, oh, that kind of sucks. I wish there was something, you could do about that. And then the guy being like, well, maybe there is. And me being like, well,
slide me 50.
How much might that cost someone?
I love, by the way, am I the only one that loves when the guy is offering you like an illegal hack, but he can't just come out and say, hey, do you want this because it's illegal? So you kind of have to play like the game back and forth. Like back in the day.
Yeah, I don't play that game.
No?
I'd be very bad at recognizing that game.
Oh.
Like even if he hinted, I would not pick up on it.
Really?
Well, I'm a very, you know me, I'm a very by the book man.
No.
Very principled.
I love the
moral.
Hey, what do we
Yeah, you on the other hand.
I like to operate in the margins.
Yeah, you're looking for those combos.
Mm-hmm. And I think you put out a vibe that lets that installer or that worker know.
That's the hard part. Right there.
Yeah.
It's like, how do you do that? What do you allude to wanting what do you do? How do you do that? I would never I wouldn't have the balls to ask. So how do I start that conversation? It's like I'm on the black market looking for drugs.
Next time you get like a contractor over your house and like, it's like, hey, maybe we could do something off the books. Maybe we couldn't. Let's.
Guy looks at Isaac. He's like, "You're a cop, aren't you?"
No, I just want a TV. I want to watch the PGA Championship.
I just found that a lot of times if you put out that vibe, you can kind of pick up on it, and then a deal is negotiated, and next thing you know, you're watching DVDs on your.
But I mean, listen,
your caddy
is
screen.
it really awful? This is going to be bad.
Yeah.
But is it really awful if you have your phone playing something and it's up?
I don't think it's good.
If it's up at eye level,
I think it's.
I mean, we look at our GPS all the time.
Yeah.
Right.
But you don't watch your GPS.
I know. You don't really watch the TV either, though.
Well, I
it depends.
guarantee
If it's a big
now
putt,
that
you might.
people have those phone mounts.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah, people are watching.
Like if you put you put it up by the rear view mirror. Come on, it's not bad, is it?
This guy's saying they still sell the box hookup for you to stream in your car. I see the ads all the time on Instagram. There's always a way around things,
Well, I mean, we get it on our phones now. I'm just saying, like, is it really that awful if you're watching something while driving?
Probably. And I think that the problem is that if you end up running some like poor dude over in a crosswalk and they find out that you were watching, like Say Yes to the Dress, or what is it that you watch? What was your wife
He's gonna
was
be like,
watching?
Scotty was 2 back with 3 to play. I had to watch this putt.
No, I was thinking, what your wife was watching some horse crap show the other day.
She was watching
Prison Wives.
Yeah, Prison Wives.
Yeah.
Yeah, you run some poor kid over in a crosswalk, and then they're able to go back on your phone and be like, "Sir, you were streaming Prison Wives." Well, guess what? Guess who's about to become a prison wife? You.
That is fair, but it's the risk I think some people are willing to take. Not me though.
Yeah.
I
assume anytime I see one of those big rigs going down the road, I guarantee that dude's got something going on.
That's
in
what.
that
Yes.
big rig,
right? Because half the time they're swerving and not paying attention, or not half the time.
Yeah.
You truck drivers are great. I'm just saying.
Well, now you got the self-driving cars. Guarantee that person's watching something.
But it's
in
not
his
even
Tesla.
that. It's like the people are looking at their text messages anyway. You ever see the car that slows down? Like, they're going, you guys are all going like 70, and all of a sudden they slow down to like 50. It's because they're checking their stupid messages.
Or maybe they dropped a nugget or something. I can't handle that.
I hate that.
If I drop something on the floor, I can't wait till I stop. It bothers me. I'm afraid that it's going to go underneath my seat and then be lost forever.
See, this is my point. Look, it's not good to watch TV while driving. Okay, I know that. I don't want to. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But people do all kinds of weird stuff while they're driving.
Sure.
That distracts them, and I mean all kinds. Because you know why? Because driving is boring. That's why. So when you're sitting there, people are fishing for a chicken nugget, or they're streaming something on Netflix, or they're looking at a text message, or they're playing with their music.
To look for porn, Dan.
I mean, it's
porn.
It's kind of like when they legalized sports gambling, right? It's like people were doing it anyway.
Look for porn, Dan. Porn.
But
Opens the
you
floodgates.
screw up.
Yeah.
Consequences are on you.
Absolutely. It's your ass, Mr. Postman.
Well, that was regrettable. The entire segment, we got to nothing. If you're tuning in...
How did we even get there?
You said I have to go to Salina.
Oh,
and then, you said you had to watch the
Dude,
PGA Championship, and could you legally?
It's raining, yeah. So I've got to, So anyway, let's get back on track here. The Blazers, the NBA draft lottery has already occurred. Okay, that's the big...
the Blazers are not picking one.
They are not.
They are picking 1-1.
Neither is Danny Ainge.
Double. Danny Ainge is
effing
furious.
He's got to be livid.
Yes, the fix is in.
Because look, this is an argument in favor of those who don't like the tank.
Maybe that's the conspiracy that the league is saying. This is what you get when you tank, you jerks.
Dude, we've got a lot of conspiracy theories here.
Yeah.
So let's get to them next. The Blazers will pick 11th. The Dallas Mavericks got the number 1 pick. They had 1.8% odds of landing the number 1 pick, and they got it. Come on, man. The NBA, the fix is in, and we will talk about it next on The Fan.
The home of dirt and
The Blazers are represented by Toumani Camara, and he did a terrible job.
He's more of a defensive player. We needed an offensive guy out there grabbing balls because it didn't work.
Yeah, the Blazers had a 63% chance of landing the number 10 pick. They actually ended up with the number 11 pick.
Yeah. Come on down, Con Knipple. Although in most drafts, he's actually slated to go before the Blazers pick.
Oh, don't worry. He'll drop to the Blazers right where they want him.
So they're not even in Con Knipple range. That's how low they are.
Yes, they are outside the Con Knipple range.
So Blazers will pick 11th, and the story of the night is that both Dallas and San Antonio jumped into the top 2 spots. Utah and Washington fell to 5 and 6. So Dallas will pick first. Dallas, of Nico Harrison fame.
Yeah.
Tell me the fix isn't in with them getting the number 1 pick.
Follow me on this. And I'm being dead serious. The conspiracy theory stuff normally doesn't really tickle me, but you make a trade that no one, and I mean no one in the NBA, can justify. A generational 25-year-old player coming off a season where he took you to the NBA Finals, and you trade him to the Los Angeles Lakers for seemingly no reason, and you don't open that trade up to anyone else, and you get a haul that no one can figure out how you traded him for so little. And they take all the flack in the world for it, and then just the next generational, by the way, white player. How about that? Luka, Dirk, and Cooper Flagg. They have some sort of magnet for the generational whites.
That's if they take Flagg.
If they take Flagg.
Nico may pass on Flagg.
Wouldn't that they trade it for Giannis?
They actually could do that.
I suppose.
Now, that wouldn't be a bad play.
If you were trying to say, hey, we're in a win mode
But
now.
knowing Nico, he'd trade it for $2 million in a freaking pallet of Diet Coke.
And then it just so happens with less than a 2% chance, you end up with the number 1 pick.
So what do you think happens? Is it okay?
And real quick too, Adam Silver in an interview credited he just said a trade really helped us in the second half of the season to generate interest in a year where the ratings had been down.
So what happened? The NBA gave the Mavs the number 1 pick.
Yes.
Simply for making their little darling Lakers better.
Yes.
Okay, there's that. Perhaps they gave the Mavs the number 1 pick to make sure they stay in Dallas because the owner trading Luka signified that maybe they were tanking their team to go to Vegas. Okay, so maybe the NBA is like, try tanking this.
Yeah. There you go.
Or Ainge tanked. We all know he tanked. And he did a hell of a job with it.
And they got fined for tanking.
And he didn't like that, or the NBA didn't like that, and they wanted to make sure that he didn't get number 1.
Well,
which conspiracy theory do you like the most?
I like the idea of helping out the Lakers and doing a solid and punishing the tanking teams, the Wizards. Because think about it, it wasn't just it was the Wizards, the Hornets, and the Jazz, which were all actively tanking.
Yeah, so wait, Dallas picks 1, San Antonio 2,
yes,
Philly 3, Charlotte 4, Utah 5, Washington 6.
So the 3 crappy teams that no one is interested in, regardless of whether they could get Cooper Flagg or not, and were actively tanking, are all punished by moving back and places that no one wants to see Cooper Flagg go. And just so happens that 3 teams that do have interesting players and have history all move up, and they're 1, 2, 3. I mean, I know it's not Cooper Flagg, but San Antonio is going to add in a very, very deep draft. They're going to add the second best player to Fox, Wemby, Castle, and now throw in, I don't know, Ron Harper's kid or Ace Bailey, whatever, direction you want to go. And then Philly, who again has Maxey, Embiid, George. I know they're all hurt, but now you add a top 3 player to that. Yeah, it's very convenient.
Very
and by
bizarre.
very convenient, I mean suspicious.
Yeah, very suspicious.
This is the
David Stern would be proud of
this. Is Aldo Rain. Yeah, we got a word for that kind of coincidence. It's called suspicious. It's just this is not going to do the NBA any favors.
You think Stern,
in the land of public
not
opinion.
Stern, but Silver's like, oh my God.
Yes.
Now I got to answer all these questions.
100%. 100%.
So the Spurs pick 2 and 14. 13th pick will be Atlanta. Chicago picks 12. Blazers 11. Houston 10. Toronto 9. Brooklyn 8. And New Orleans picks 7.
Yeah. More importantly, get ready for the Blazers to grab. Let's look at. You're going to be in the. Derek Queen. He might be in that range. Center from Maryland. Igor Demon, the shooting guard, 6'9" out of BYU.
He do pay us the money.
That's Derek Queen.
Well, SGA went 11th.
Yeah.
But so did Myers Leonard.
Except SGA ended up being the MVP for a team not named the one that drafted him, number 11. Who's that? Is it the Kasparis guy, the big 6'6" guard out of Illinois?
Yeah.
Kasparaitis or Kasparanus? Kasparanus?
Kasparanus.
Isn't that his name? I don't know.
I don't,
He's a good player.
I don't think it's Kasparanus.
I think it's.
I don't think that's how you pronounce it.
I do not believe it's Kasparanus.
No.
I'm excited about Kasparanus. That's like Kernalingus, the old Saturday Night Live sketch. But he's like a 6'6".
I think
guess
it's Jakachonis is his last
name.
name.
Yakachonis.
Yakachonis.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah, no J.
Look, either way, developmental player. So shocking development will push the can down the road like another 3 years. But
Kasparis
Yakachonis?
Yakachonis.
Yeah.
That's his name. I like him. Good shooter.
Someone like that, young, 19, not 6'1", not 6'2".
All right. Well,
go with that.
By the way, I looked it up. So you were talking about Anthony Bennett and the Cavs getting back-to-back number 1 picks.
Yeah, in 2 of the most ass drafts of all time.
Well, I went back because I was asking the question, was there really anyone good after Anthony Bennett? Because I don't remember. I remember that draft just really sucking. Like
The
there
answer
was
is no.
So yeah, the answer is no. Like Victor Oladipo went number 2, and he was fine. But I mean, come on. Otto Porter, Cody Zeller, Alex Len, Nerlens Noel, Ben McLemore. Those are the top 7.
Yeesh.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Then Kentavious Caldwell-Pope. Oh my God. Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, and he was a NBA role player.
Whatever.
Trey Burke, CJ McCollum. You may remember him. He played for the Blazers. Pretty good little player.
I was told he was so good there was no way we could possibly trade him.
And then Michael Carter-Williams, who I think won Rookie of the Year and then flamed out. Steven Adams went 12th that year.
Yeah.
Kelly Olynyk, Shabazz Muhammad, and at 15, Giannis Antetokounmpo.
We can officially say that draft was absolute ass because no one, and Giannis was years to come around.
And then Gobert went 27th.
Yeah.
But other than that.
And by the way, Cleveland the next year got the number 1 pick again. This is the one that was dealt for Kevin Love, which in hindsight, they don't do. But that was Andrew Wiggins, and that draft was also ass because after that you got Embiid, although he...
No, you have Jabari Parker.
I know, I'm just saying, like, the next good player. Like, Embiid went 3 overall, sat out his rookie year, and then has been good, but also just injury-riddled. Like, Julius Randle was in that draft. Okay.
He's pretty good.
You got to go all the way down. The best player in that draft was Jokic at 41. God. Dude, they had the number 1 pick in back-to-back drafts that both sucked.
Isn't that crazy that, and that's why it's just hard.
You never know.
It's just hard. You really don't know because if you think about those 2 drafts, so the Cavs get the number 1 pick in back-to-back drafts, and the 2 best players by a landslide in those 2 drafts went 15th and 41st.
Yeah.
So how the hell are you going to freaking identify those guys?
And yet, well, you can't. Not when you're number 1, because if you're the number 1 pick, there's zero chance you look at a guy like Giannis and be like, well, I think that's who we're taking number 1. But, and then the year before that, Anthony Davis is number 1. So there's some years where you have really elite players at the top and some you don't. And then sometimes you get the number 1 pick and you have an elite player at the top and you don't take him. Like Kevin Durant.
Ooh, that's a little bit of a knife.
Is it?
It is.
I think it's true.
Well,
you had like a top 10
whatever
player in NBA history.
Still a knife.
You drafted
something I would say.
Greg Oden.
Not you. You're supposed to be a Blazers apologist.
It's actually pretty neat.
Because I looked at that was a weird run because so Anthony Bennett, Wiggins, and then the next year after that, Karl Anthony Towns. That's
Cat.
Dude, that's 3 years in a row where the number 1 pick is like, And then number 2 is D'Angelo Russell.
Ugh.
Dude, there's a
D'Lo.
Yeah. Best player in that draft was 13, Devin Booker.
It's very hard.
Yeah.
So really what you want to do.
And so it just so happens that this year is a draft where everyone's like, this is the one you want.
Yeah, but you don't know that.
I know, but it still ends up with the freaking Dallas Mavericks.
I think the proof here, or the lesson here, Jace, you want to pick 11th.
Myers Leonard?
He was 11th. Zach Collins was right around that range. Siege was around that range. Come on. Prove me wrong.
Can we get Con Knipple?
Blazers didn't want number 1. They wanted a number 11, and they got it.
I'm going to look up at the history of number 11 draft picks.
Well, like I said,
I'm looking at that right now.
SGA is one of them.
Miles Turner.
Hey.
Clay Thompson.
Oh,
wow.
JJ Redick.
Are we onto something that the pick you want in the draft is indeed number 11? I'm waiting for the GM.
Domantas Sabonis.
It's not the GM, bro. What are we calling Cronin? I don't know. I'm just waiting for Cronin to come out and tell me that
guys, move on.
The pick that we really wanted was number 11.
This puts us in the range that we really want.
It's
right
the
here.
sweet spot of our
I think it's
evaluation.
really sexy.
This is what we really want. Can't wait.
All right, we'll get to playoffs tonight. Coming up next, here's Buck.
This is a PGA Week edition of Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
Brought to you by Langdon Farms Golf Club.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this Sports Center update. First on the Fan, the NBA draft lottery is in the books. The Blazers had the 10th best odds at securing the number 1 overall pick. They slid back a spot in the lottery. They end up with the 11th overall pick in the upcoming draft, while the Dallas Mavericks only had a 1.8% chance to claim the top pick. Did just that. The San Antonio Spurs will draft second, and the Philadelphia 76ers will draft third. In the NBA right now, the Boston Celtics trying to even their series with the Knicks at MSG. Boston out to a 51-44 lead in the second quarter. Meanwhile, on the ice, one playoff game already underway. The Carolina Hurricanes with a 2-0 lead on the Washington Capitals in the second period of that one. The Hurricanes are looking to take a 3-1 series lead. And in the NFL, we now know our regular season opener, as it's been announced that the defending Super Bowl champion Philadelphia Eagles will host their division rival Dallas Cowboys on Thursday Night Football to kick off the 2025 season. Philly is already a touchdown favorite in that one. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks? Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy. WarrenAllen.com.
The home of Primetime with Isaac and Sue. Weekdays 3 to 7, 1080 The Fan. It's time for Who's Leading the Charge. A look under the hood at the coaches, players, and teams getting it done. Brought to you by Battery Exchange.
This time Horford sets the screen. Karl Anthony Towns, one-on-one coverage. White, quick release again. Knocks down another. Derek White, red hot to start.
Derek White hit his first 4 threes tonight, and the Celtics are 11 of 20 from downtown.
55%. But, you know, if you're the Knicks, you're hanging around. You're only down by 7 with about 4.5 to play. So maybe you weathered the storm a little bit.
In the first half.
For the first half, yes.
Yeah.
So maybe you're weathering the storm a little bit. Like, you would think that you're not going to shoot 55% for...
Well, they did the other night.
Shot 50, yeah.
Who's Leading the Charge? Brought to you by Battery Exchange. Mention code BXT10 at checkout for 10% off your entire purchase. Our Warriors. Sorry, Buck.
That was the one. That's it. Yeah. They had it. You got a huge performance from playoff Jimmy.
Their defense has been great. They just don't have enough dudes without
Kuminga decided to show up for the first time in years, and it was right there. And it felt like when they let that one get away, that's the end all.
What's up with the Kuminga thing? So he basically got rendered useless.
Pretty much.
Yeah, he has struggled. I mean, the long and the short is he has struggled to play the way that benefits the team. He is always in a hurry. He's always looking to score first. He's never been able to play in a system. He doesn't give the ball up. He's one of those dudes who just oozes talent, but he's never learned how to play the game.
Isn't that the entire NBA?
Yeah, it's a lot of them.
Yeah. If you're Golden State, right, you came off the weird, obviously the dominant run. You ended up winning one more with Steph and Clay. And then it looked like you had the phenomenal building blocks of a second run, right? You ended up with, was it the number 2 overall pick?
Yeah, James Wiseman was the number 2 pick.
You get James Wiseman, and then you had Jordan Poole, and you had Kuminga. And at one point, those three were like, holy crap. This is the trio.
This thing going. Yeah.
This is the trio to keep this thing going.
That didn't age very well.
No, it did not. But this is how silly sports can be. At one point, you looked at that and were like, my God, this dynasty is about to turn over and go on another run.
The rest of the league should quake with fear at Kuminga, Poole, and James Wiseman.
Oh, my God. Think about that.
Yeah.
Think about that.
That was, by the way, that was a real conversation.
It looked good for a minute.
Yeah.
And now it's Steph, Draymond, and Jimmy Butler.
And Kuminga still.
What if I told you that? Yeah, I guess Kuminga's still there. But what if I told you when that hit, I'm like, hey, dude, in a couple of years, the Warriors are going to go on a run, and it's going to, and Kuminga's going to be not even playing.
No.
The other two guys are off the team somewhere else, and it's going to be Jimmy Butler. What?
Butler was probably in the middle of melting down on another team.
The
at
NBA
the time,
is so drunk.
Yeah, and then Draymond would be getting technicals and telling people that he's not an angry black man. By the way, Draymond, nice meltdown, and then you went out and had what, 4 points
and a foul out game?
I think it was. Wait. I'm sorry. After freaking out and yelling at everyone, he had, in a game that you could have won, you fouled out and you had 2 points and you attempted 4 field goals. Come on.
Yeah, but he's not angry.
He's not angry.
By the way, he knew the point spread. Did you see that?
Yeah.
At the end of the game.
It appears that he is telling people what the spread is and they hit a meaningless 3.
Yeah, at the end of the game, the spread on the game was 5, the Warriors plus 5.5.
Yeah.
And he can be seen very clearly mouthing the
Certainly
spread
like
being 5.5 to his teammates as they took the court for the final possession. Because it didn't matter. The game was over. And they hit a 3 to cover the spread.
So the question is, why does he care? Why is he telling anybody?
Probably because he bet on it.
Well, wouldn't that be a story?
Yeah.
Look,
it would.
It's certain, unless I'm no lip reading expert, it certainly appears that he is telling someone that the spread is 5.5.
Oh, no, I think he is telling someone that. I'm just asking why he cares so much.
Exactly.
What's the incentive of telling someone?
What do you think? Come on, Buckley.
I think he's dumb. I don't think he's dumb enough to bet on the games.
You think it's just like a folksy thing that the game's over? It's like, hey guys, by the way, the spread's 5.5.
I don't know.
I think he knows it because I just put it this way. He's smart enough to make it so they can't catch him. How about that?
Well, he wouldn't bet. It would be,
somebody in his circle.
That's what I mean. Like, they ain't going to catch him. But he knows the spread. Why else would you know the spread?
Although you'd think if you knew the spread we're trying to cover, you'd also try to not get kicked out of the game.
That's fair.
Yeah, but when Steph's playing, he doesn't want to play. Don't you know that?
That's true. That's what they say.
He will not play if Steph isn't playing.
He frequently gets ejected and or fouls out or gets flagranted out if his running mate isn't there.
In the other two series, the Thunder and Nuggies is getting good.
Yeah. Boy, and this is an upset because I really thought after the Game 1 disaster and then the Thunder beat them by 40, I thought that was it. Like they gacked away Game 1. They were about to dominate, and they're just that much better than Denver. Denver goes out and wins Game 3, and then damn near pulled out Game 4. We got an old-fashioned slugfest here.
Yeah, that's right. Wait, yeah, Game 3, right?
Yeah.
The overtime game?
Yeah.
No, they just won, though. That was Game 4.
No, Game 3 was the overtime that Denver won.
Oh.
And then they ground out the Oklahoma City ended up winning a very hard-fought Game 4. Now the series is 2-2.
I thought it was the other way around. I thought I just watched that overtime game. When was that? Was that Friday?
The overtime game was Friday.
Friday.
So they must have played yesterday? Did I
Yes,
miss that
that's
game?
correct.
Yeah, I totally missed
So the Thunder won Game 4, 92-87. And then Friday, that was the 104-113 overtime win with the Nuggies.
That's the one I saw.
And they were up 2-1.
They were up 2-1, okay.
And so now it's 2-2, and it looks like we got an old-fashioned slobber knocker. And the weird thing is, Jokic isn't playing well.
No.
Denver's in this series 2-2, and outside of Game 1, which was like the end-all to be-all, he had like 42 and 22? It's just something ridiculous. He has not played very well, and Denver damn near was up 3-1 in this series.
Oklahoma City's still a big favorite in that series. They're minus 525.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Just at that money, I would. What's Denver?
Denver's plus 400.
Oh,
I think
that's
you,
tasty.
I think you lay a little something on Denver and the idea of, dude,
Championship pedigree.
Championship pedigree, and you would think
versus youth.
You would think that Jokic pulls his head out of his ass here and is good for at least one more of those 40-plus games.
It's a 3-game series now. You got to think at least 1 out of 4 times they come back and do that. Maybe more. I like those odds.
What's wild is the Cavs are down 3-1 and their odds are at plus 265, and that's with Donovan Mitchell game time decision.
The Cavaliers are beyond cooked.
Yeah, they're only plus 275 to win the series.
They're all beat up. They're injured. Now Mitchell's down. And dude, when was the last time you saw an ass kicking the way that Indiana lay? I mean, that's an all-timer. That's an embarrassment. They scored 80 points in the first half.
Oh, wait, he's coach of the year.
80 points in a half. They were up by 41, 43 at the half, something like that.
Weren't they on pace for the most points? Or no, that was at Oklahoma City, that game they demolished Denver.
Yeah.
Didn't they score like 87 in the first half?
I'd have to go back. I'll go back and look. But Indiana, I'm looking here. Indiana had 80. They had 80 points at the half.
My Pacers.
Your Pacers. I'll see what the Thunder had in that.
What?
In that beatdown of
I think it was 87. Anyway, there, right there.
Right there. Right there.
Is playoffs tonight. Thank you.
We will hit
the
hockey
maybe next. But probably not. We'll hit the text line when we come back on the Fan.
It's time for a Ducks Report, the inside story on Oregon athletics. Brought to you by Mods PDX. The future of building is here.
Well, did you see the hot recruiting video over the weekend?
No.
Dan Lanning and the Ducks picking up 5-star commitment from edge rusher Richard Wesley. But the way he announced it, he was in his little swimming shorts, and he's like, I've been thinking about something. I got something to say for a while. Hey, coach, you ready? And Richard Wesley and Dan Lanning go cannonballing into the pool, and then they throw up their O's.
Oh,
Yeah.
come on.
Yeah.
Can they be stopped down there?
It's a cannonball. Lanning knows nice. He did take the shirt off before. It looked like he was going to do the jump in with his shirt. And I was like, come on, you can't do that. But he did. He stripped it.
All right. Mods PDX, the future of building, is here.
It's back, and it's sure to sell out fast. Your local Toyota dealers present the 11th annual
someone wear those as shorts out at an outdoor pool.
The text line says they're fighting for clicks. We're fighting for wins. Oh, wait.
Well,
Hey, look, man.
Hey, man, whatever you got to do.
That's right. The kid wants to get on the gram with his little shorts.
Oh, now the text line is saying the kid was visiting Eugene over the weekend, so they think that video was
I
someplace
will
in
say
Eugene.
it does. It looks more Eugene than Southern Cal in terms
Just
of
because it's gray.
Well, just that and the trees.
Oh.
Like
Then it looks like a multi
it's
million
nice.
dollar setup.
Yeah. What other pool have you seen has a video board like that?
Yeah.
Unless you're talking about the Circa.
I don't know where this is at, but it's very, very nice.
I think that's in Oregon.
It's probably. I mean, maybe that's part of Oregon's facilities.
Yeah, it kind of looks that way. I mean, Lanning's there.
Yeah, this would make sense that this is part of their facility, because there's I don't know, man.
Where'd they get the hots though? See what it did there?
Look,
was that bad?
Of all the dumb videos that I've seen high school kids do for recruitment, that's not even in the top 5.
No, it's not. It's just
a little awkward.
Just weird. Okay, now we have to go. We have to go.
Do we?
Coming up next,
yeah, we do.
We have the worst Mother's Day gifts.
And Rob takes off his pants and reveals just spandex.
Take off your shorts and dunk me. And did UCLA just cure baldness?
Whatever.
That's coming up next. Club 1080 on the Fan.
This is Rick Jones of Goldberg Jones. As a
Not suitable for children.
Shut the hell up.
Club 1080 with Isaac and Suk.
It does go well with a chicken.
I didn't know hanging out with you was making me smarter.
Full disclosure, Morty, it's not. Temporary superintelligence is just a side effect of the mega seeds dissolving in your rectal cavity.
Oh, man.
Yeah, and once those seeds wear off, you're gonna lose most of your motor skills, and you're also gonna lose a significant amount of brain functionality for 72 hours, Morty. Starting right about now.
Club 1080 with Isaac and Suk is brought to you by Pub Beer, the official beer of Cheap Fun.
Sports is sports. Sports is business. I like the music I like. You kind of like whatever it is you like. Football's football. Football is football. Football is football. Athletics is athletics.
Yeah, football's football. The best part of football is football. And so you got to do football. Football's football. No one get better at it to play football.
1, 2, 3, 4, plus. 1, 2, 3, 4.
America, yeah! Fat, uneducated beer, good trucks, ball, flags! America, yeah! Fat,
Very successful. Very rich.
Learning people, no!
What the hell is going on?
So what is going on, Dawn?
No one.
God, we got some great new Dawn trumps. Dawn.
You all right?
No. We've got some great new Dawn drops as well.
Very successful. Very rich.
He called it the fat drug shot.
The fat
or
shot.
fat shot drug or something. He's talking about Ozempic, right?
Yeah. Or whatever that
Yeah,
is.
how one of his rich fat friends couldn't get Ozempic for cheap here and then went over to England and it was only $88. And he said, "What the hell is going on?"
Yeah, when the rich can't get their fat shots for affordable prices.
Right.
Hey.
Fat shot drugs.
If it gets all of our prescription drug prices down, you know. More, you could be getting a fat shot tomorrow for $80.
Buck told me this. Buck gives me all my Trump info now, but apparently he said, I'm going to bring the prices down. I'm going to make them equal. Because equalize. I'm going to equalize. That's a word I made up to talk about what I'm doing. I'm going to equalize the prices of the drug.
Apparently, he's not a fan of the TV show or the movie The Equalizer.
Yeah, right. He now made he's
making.
He's claiming credit.
He coined the term.
Coining
equalize.
the term equalize.
Made insane claims like he invented the question mark.
He was also asked about accepting a jet from the Qataris and somehow spun that into the life lesson of Sam Snead telling you to never not accept a gimme putt.
Yeah, which I'm with him on this one.
Hey, I told you and Trump.
Well,
right?
his point is, don't putt it. If somebody gives it to you, take it.
Yes.
Don't putt it.
Yeah, if you got a foot putt and someone says that's a gimme, and you're like, no,
you scoop it.
Guarantee you're going to shank that sucker.
Well, just don't putt it. It's bad
It's
form.
been given to you. You have it. It's
Yes,
yours. It's in the
pick
bag.
it up,
Take it.
Because the second you putt it, it's now you've got the question of, well, wait, he gave it to you, but you didn't take it, and if you missed it, now does it count? And it's like a thing.
It's awkward. And it's a slap in the face.
Exactly. They gave it to you. Take it. And Trump's right about that.
Unless someone is trying to get you to give them one back.
Well, now clearly we're going to need that audio.
Yeah, I think we're going to need all that audio. But, yes, but that's what people do in match play, right?
Yeah.
They say in match play, early on, you give them a few. And then later in the match, when things are tightening up, you make them putt
make them putt it. It's strategic.
Classic strategery. Okay. Man, where were we? We have the worst.
Where have we been?
Mother's Day gifts. Yesterday was Mother's Day.
Yes.
Hope you all had a nice Mother's Day. You moms out there.
And then posted something to social media that no one will ever see, including your mother. I always love that one. It's my favorite.
Well, some people, people show the love for their mother differently than you, Jason.
I know.
I hope your mom had a nice day.
I went over and saw Little Bool.
Yeah, of course you did. It's Mother's Day.
Yeah.
Like, why wouldn't you?
Brought her some flowers, some cold hard cash.
You give her cash?
Yeah. She's on a fixed income now, so my mom
throw a bag at her?
Yeah, my mom appreciates money more than anything else. You know, she's things
That's
are
nice of you.
Things are tight on an old lady income, so
Well, this is from mixbook.com. And they said that 52% of respondents said that they had forgotten Mother's Day before, and here's how they scrambled to make it right. 35% gave cash, which is not a bad backup.
No. Is cash ever a bad thing?
No. I can't think of any scenario where it is.
It can be a little weird as a gift, but again, like I've never given my mom money before, but now that you're, again, you're living on Social Security and things can get a little tight. She always it's a little fun money. I don't know what Boole does for fun anymore. She sits in her little chair, but I'm like, it's something to do like home shopping with. I'm like, hey, Ma, here's a few bucks. Buy you something on that home shopping network, She goes and buys like garden gnomes and I don't know, whatever. I don't know what you buy when you're like in your 70s and are basically just sit in your chair all day. But
resourceful little bitch.
Yeah.
God, Buckley.
Yeah.
I didn't even do that.
Like I tried getting her like one of the. I thought about getting her one of the streaming boxes that I have so that she could watch everything, but I realized that it's far too complex.
Yeah, she ain't gonna be able to work that.
No, you can't do that. My mom is adorably racist.
31% offered a big hug, 19% made a long, heartfelt phone call, 16% created handmade IOU cards. That's stupid.
IOU?
Yeah.
So, like...
I forgot that was for forgetting Mother's Day.
Oh, it was like, hey, I'll take you out for,
I owe you. Yeah. Boy, you better not forget Mother's Day at my house, I'll tell you that. Like, there's no... Like, it's impossible for me to
How can you forget Mother's Day when, like, society tells us for, like, months at a time?
Yeah, dude, you gotta have your head way up your ass to forget Mother's Day. Seriously.
And you got your head way up it.
And you got your head all the way up it.
Yeah, there's no way you can... I'll buy a birthday...
It's easier to forget the birthday
The birthday or an anniversary, that's fine because it's just yours. But Mother's Day, Father's Day, Christmas, no. If you forget that, it's because you don't want to know what day it is.
So these are the top...
Easter sneaks up on me sometimes, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah.
Yeah, Easter can sneak up, but I still know it's...
Well, so does Father's Day.
Yeah,
because it's not really
no one
that
really
important.
Cares about fathers. It's like, because
fathers don't even care about fathers.
No, most fathers want the gift of leave me alone and don't buy anything with my money.
Yes, I want the account to stay flat for a day.
Yes.
Okay, that's what I want.
I like the go play golf with your friends and don't worry about what time you get home.
Yeah,
that's a nice one.
Yeah,
that's nice.
That's the best you could do for a dad.
Do you get that one, Buck? I could see your wife doing that.
Yeah, she has done that now a couple of years where she gets me around to go play with a couple of my other dad buds, and we just kind of take whatever time we want that afternoon.
Dad buds.
Someone asked if I discovered my mom was spending my money on male hookers, would you be sad or glad?
Yeah.
I certainly wouldn't be sad. I don't know if I'd be glad.
Hey, you gave her the money.
Look, I would not be upset. I mean, I did tell her to spend it on something fun. You know what? Glad is the wrong word, but I think I'd be like, all right.
All right. It's like the Alonzo Mourning
Get yours,
meme.
Boole.
Yeah, that would be the Alonzo Mourning meme.
At first you'd be sad, and then you'd go, well, I see. These are the top 8 worst Mother's Day gifts. Number 8.
They are?
Gift cards to stores you like.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
If it's not for her, it's not a gift.
Yeah, that's
People do that, though.
Do they really?
Yeah, like I'd give my wife a gift card to Golf Galaxy.
Yeah. That's like the
Here you go, babe.
That's the Homer Simpson bowling ball pre-drilled to his fingers. If you're not going to use it, I know who would.
Number 7, homemade coupon books.
Yeah.
Cute when you're 6, less so at 36.
I remember doing that when I was a kid. I think we did that in elementary school.
I think you hit the teenage years, and that's not allowed anymore.
Well, I think it's weird at that point, too. Like,
Number 6, gas station flowers. This says she deserves better than wilted daisies and windshield wipes.
Agreed. Because, look, there's a million places to get decent flowers. Like, you don't need to go super high-end, but, like, New Seasons has a good flower. Even a place like Fred Meyer has, especially around Mother's Day, you can go in there and find nice flowers. If you're buying gas station flowers, I mean, hell, there's a guy that sells them off of Division. There's a Hispanic gentleman that says...
Of course you know this.
Well, that's where I turn to go to the gym, and he is on that corner a lot selling flowers. And while I've never bought his flowers, I will say that when you're first in line and you get a close-up look at his goods, the flowers look pretty nice. I don't know where he gets them. I'm assuming that they're stolen from someplace because they're like professionally wrapped and he's just some dude on the side of the road, but they look pretty good.
I always go to a florist.
Yeah.
Always. I don't do the Freddy's or New Seasons, and I agree with you. They do have, you can.
Yeah.
It depends. You can get good flowers there. I go to a florist, and I have found one over here by work that is absolutely freaking dynamite. Best florist I've ever worked with. I will go nowhere else. They're amazing. They never screw up. They do cool, really big bouquet, like really cool stuff.
Yeah.
And I want to give them a plug. Now I got nothing free. I just love them. I use them for Mother's Day, my wife's birthday, all those. It's called Botanica Floral and Home. It's here in Northwest. Whoever owns that, whoever runs that, everybody in there is fantastic. Absolutely fantastic.
Nice.
And I go back every time.
I wish I could
use that last week, pal. All the listeners. I speak for all of us.
It's the same when you find a go-to place, and I can't think of the name of the shop off the top of my head, but there's a Vancouver farmers market in Esther Shore Park, and there is a wonderful little Asian family local florist, and they are at that, and that is where I buy all of my flowers, and they listen to the show, and they are absolute sweethearts, and same thing, they do a phenomenal job, and it's where I buy all of my flowers.
The florists, it's hard to go wrong with florists because they all know what they're doing.
Yeah.
Right?
Plus, it feels good to buy local, and like...
Well, yeah, and that's all they do.
That's all
so
they
it's
do.
like, it's not like you're going to use them on a random Tuesday. Well, maybe you use them on a random Tuesday, but most of the time it's for special occasions, right?
Yeah.
So you don't see them all that much. Get in there and pay a little extra for the nice
and it's
floral touch.
And it's not that much extra.
It's really not.
Maybe $5-10 extra for a nice bouquet, but you get your money's worth. Because you're right, they do a nice job.
Number 5, leftover holiday chocolates. If it still says Happy Valentine's Day, it's a hard pass. These are the 8 worst Mother's Day gifts. Number 4.
It's sad that people do this.
Yeah, I don't know who would do that. That would get me punched.
Yeah.
Number 4, unsolicited self-help books.
Oh,
yikes!
God, how to lose 20 pounds?
You need this.
Number 3, how to cook cookbooks. You're basically saying her cooking could use work.
Unless she asks for a specific cookbook. Don't do it.
But even then,
no, there are circumstances if, she wants to start cooking a certain cuisine or whatever. I can see that.
If she asks for a specific cookbook, yeah. Then
but if you guys are door dashing every night and that's what you come up with, no,
that's not good.
Number 2, cleaning supplies. Ooh,
really?
Yeah. You didn't get your mom a mop?
I find this hard to believe that anyone does this, and yet you know there are.
We're not to number 1 yet. Oh, you want number 1?
Yeah.
And the number 1 worst Mother's Day gift, according to Mixbook.com, and a survey that they did, is weight loss products. Like a scale.
Hey, that Ozempic is expensive.
The fat shot drug.
You get some fat shots.
I've got that audio for you when you want it. Maybe next segment.
Yeah, let's get that next.
Like, hey, honey,
we
here
got some
you
great
go.
new Trump audio.
Yeah.
So those are the worst Mother's Day gifts.
I would agree.
And that is according to Real Moms. They surveyed real mommies.
Yeah, that's not good.
Yeah. All right. You want to hear from Trump?
I think we all
Your
do.
fearless leader?
Yes. Leader of men, acceptor of airplanes.
Oh, yeah. On that note, he was talking about gimme putts.
Mm-hmm.
When someone gives you an airplane,
yeah,
you do take it.
Actually, it's illegal, so no, you don't.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, presidents can't accept gifts without congressional approval, so... it's that whole bribery.
Well, I just respect the whole angle that they're saying that this, of course, comes with no strings attached. They just really like us. They're just doing this for us. There's not going to be any need for any reciprocation. You can just accept a gift like this and not have to do anything in return.
He just announced like a $5.5 billion investment with them, and
it's called sports.
And by the way, at the end of his presidency, because he gets to keep the plane, it's not going to be the permanent Air Force One. It's only the Air Force One while he's president.
It's called rain.
He
comes
gets
down
it
from heaven
as his own plane.
Yeah, that dude's cleaning house.
It does seem to be problematic for anyone.
Got his crypto scam going. It's great.
Making billions.
Good to be president.
Damn right.
It goes drip, drip, drip.
All right, that's next. And did UCLA just cure baldness? Coming up on The Fan.
The home of dirty Club 1080 with Isaac and Souk is brought to you by Pub Beer, the official beer of Cheap Fun.
Double Sun Power!
Well, we've got a cure for baldness.
We do this every 6 months. This is like an episode of, it's really a season of Finding Bigfoot, where they tease that they are going to find Bigfoot. Guess what? They don't find him. For the last 15 years, I've seen 1,000 stories about how someone has come up with a cure for baldness. And then 6 months later, you'll never hear from that person again. And then something else comes up that's cured baldness. Yeah. Call me when you find Bigfoot.
Okay, well, eventually they will cure baldness.
Certainly they're trying.
Eventually they're going to get it right.
It would be worth... Can you think of something that would be worth more money? Maybe cancer.
Cancer or weight loss? Serious,
Yes.
weight loss, something easier than...
Like a no strings attached, no side effects.
Exactly.
I mean, baldness is going to be... It's like 70% of men experience hair loss. If you had a thing where you could take a pill and it not only stopped you going bald, but it regrew your hair, which is what they're saying this is, you would make $1 trillion.
But first, more MAGA audio. Make America great, bitch.
Make America less bald.
Put a bunch of them on your page. There's 3 or 4.
Okay. Let me go fishing for that here. On the fan.
On fan. By the way, Celtics game within 4 now.
Oh, here's
to go in the third.
You want the fat shot drug?
Yeah, give me the fat shot.
I mean, I'll tell you a story. A friend of mine who's a businessman, very, very, very top guy. Most of you would have heard of him. A highly neurotic, brilliant businessman, seriously overweight, and he takes the fat shot drug. And he called me up, and he said, President, he calls me, he used to call me Donald, now he calls me President, so that's nice respect. But he's a rough guy, smart guy, very successful, very rich.
Hey, is he very successful?
I wouldn't even know how we would know this, but because he's got comments. President, could I ask you a question? What? I'm in London, and I just paid for this damn fat drug I take. I said, it's not working. He said, I just paid $88. And in New York, I pay $1,300. What the hell is going on?
The fat shot drug.
The fat shot. I love how the very, very rich guy is. You really think that guy's livid over the cost of his fat shot?
Right. Well, he probably is.
Yeah.
The rest of the world's going to have to pay a little bit more, and America's going to pay a lot less. Again, because it's a much smaller population than when you think of the whole world. Basically, what we're doing is equalizing. There's a new word that I came up with, which I think is probably the best word. We're going to equalize. We're all going to pay the same.
Yes! The freaking best. Why didn't I vote for this guy?
It's a word that he just came up with.
He didn't need your vote.
Yeah, it came up. Well, clearly he did not. Just gonna word I came up with. It's the best word to describe it. Equalizing. What year was equalizing?
2025. He just came up with it.
I mean,
did you not hear the man?
He's only off by I don't know. Would 800 years be?
He's just now invented equalizing. Didn't you know?
We helped a lot. And we helped also with trade. I said, come on, we're going to do a lot of trade with you guys. Let's stop it. Let's stop it. If you stop it, we're doing trade. If you don't stop it, we're not going to do any trade. People have never really used trade the way I used it. That I can tell you. And all of a sudden they said, I think we're going to stop. And they have. And they did it for a lot of reasons. But trade is a big one. We're going to do a lot of trade.
I love it when he riffs. That's just him riffing. You know, when
he's
they
taking partial credit for the India-Pakistan ceasefire because he's been luring them with trade.
That's right. That's right. And I just love it when he goes off script. It's just the best. Boy, does he wander.
They're giving us a free jet. I could say, no, don't give us. I want to pay you $1 billion or $400 million or whatever it is. Or I could say, thank you very much. You know? There was an old golfer named Sam Snead. Did you ever hear him? He won 82 tournaments. He was a great golfer. And he had a motto. When they give you a putt, you say, thank you very much. You pick up your ball and you walk to the next hole. A lot of people are stupid. They say, no, I insist on putting it. And then they putt it and they miss it. And their partner gets angry at them. You know what? Remember that Sam Snead. When they give you a putt, you pick it up and you walk to the next hole and you say, thank you very much.
A lot of people are stupid.
When a foreign country gives you a $400 million plane, you
take
use
it.
You take it.
That's right.
Same thing.
I will say, if someone offered me a $400 million plane, I too would take it. I'd sell it because
I would too.
I can't afford.
I'd use it.
I don't think you would.
Dude, it'd be great.
Let's play the fun game of how much does it cost to use a 747 jumbo Dreamliner.
Well, I'd let other people use it when I'm not using it.
I don't think you would.
Offset my costs.
I think you would sell it for $400 million. You know what? I'll give it to someone for the low. I'll cut someone a sweetheart of a deal, like $325. Never been used before, brand new.
All right, we'll get to the bald story next. UCLA has found a cure for baldness, and they're serious. Here's Buck.
This is a PGA Championship Week edition of Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
Brought to you by Langdon Farms Golf Club.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this Sports Center update. First on The Fan. The NBA Draft Lottery was tonight. The Blazers with the 10th best odds of earning the top overall pick, but they slid back a spot. They will pick 11th in the upcoming draft. The team with 1.8% chance of winning the top pick got it. The Dallas Mavericks will select first overall, followed by the San Antonio Spurs second and the Philadelphia 76ers third. On the hardwood right now, stop me if you've heard this before, the Boston Celtics jumped out to a big lead against the Knicks, and now it's a ball game. 83-all as they near the end of the third quarter in that one. It's over on ESPN. Coming up a little bit later on ESPN tonight, you'll have the Warriors trying to even their series against the T-Wolves at Chase Center. Steph Curry still out for Golden State. They'll tip that one off around 7. The Timberwolves are laying 5.5 on the road. And on the ice right now, the Carolina Hurricanes attempting to close out Game 4 and take a 3-1 series lead on the Capitals. Capitals just scored to make it 3-2, but the Hurricanes still with the lead. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
It's back. The 11th annual Fan Golf Classic at Langdon Farms Golf Club happens Tuesday, June 24th. Presented by your local Toyota dealers. Reserve your foursome now at 1080thefan.com.
Testing.
We're live from Chick-fil-A.
This is Grant.
And this is Laura.
And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Smokehouse Barbecue Bacon Sandwich is that sweet bun.
And that chicken fillet.
Right, okay.
Club 1080 with Isaac and Souk is brought to you by Pub Beer, the official beer of Cheap Fun.
Double Sun Power!
Man, this is great. Our new boss, Dusty, is still here.
It's just that is the definition of drinking from a fire hose.
He wandered in and he looks kind of defeated already. And by the way, I want you to know this is his first day on the job.
Officially, yeah.
Officially, yeah.
I mean, he did his show today, so he's had a long day.
And then he stopped Swag from firing ad spots live on our air.
He's still here. I got the story on that. Yeah. But he said, you asked him, how's your first day going? And he said, well, I dropped my kid off at school at 7 a.m. this morning, and I get a phone call saying 910 was off the air. Because we own
and we don't have an engineer.
And no, because our engineer left.
Yeah.
So we have corporate engineers who don't live here, but apparently there's an ex-engineer who does live here.
And he was able to?
And he's like, yeah, fine, I'll go do it. That's how we're operating now. We're calling old people we know. Hey, could you go fix our...
Didn't you fire me? Yeah, but we need some help now.
Now, in fairness, he is still a corporate engineer for Odyssey. He doesn't do anything with our...
Just the look on Dusty's face. It's because we always joke like
he's defeated already.
When you take the job as president, you always make a lot of I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that, and then you get in and you're like, whoa. I've always thought that the first 48 hours of being the president, they open up this is how effed everything is. This is that same thing to a much lesser extent, but whenever you take a job of being in charge of stuff, you have an idea and then you sit down and someone's like, this is really what you have in front of you.
What the hell is going on?
Exactly. I think Dusty right now, if you had to sum up Dusty's first day, it is that drop right
Well,
there.
I just want to point out, and this is great, because if this would be funny if you or I said it a week ago when we announced Dusty was our new brand manager.
Yeah.
If we said, here's what's going to happen. The first day on the job, 910's going to go off the air and Swag's going to be playing spots from home that cover up Primetime.
We think
that happened.
That happened.
Both of those things happened on his very first day.
First day.
He is so effed.
He started at 7:15, is now 6:40, and he's still here, by the way.
What the f*** are you talking about, man?
Yeah, he's doing... There's just a lot of systems that he has access to that he didn't know how to get into.
A lot of training and...
Yeah.
There's
good time.
There's details. You wanted it. Now you got it.
Well, when you're management, you got to deal with a lot of dumb.
Yeah.
The dumb falls on you.
Heavy is the crown, and be wary of the man who wants the crown. Ragnar Lothbrok told me that, and truer words have never been spoken.
By the way, the Knicks are now up 5 on the Celts.
God,
how about that?
Yeah.
Did they blow another big lead in this one?
They were up by
I think they got it out to 12 or 13.
Yeah,
it was like 62 or 61-49.
Yeah, it wasn't like a 20 plus. And Tatum's on the bench with some sort of heat wrap on his hand.
So here's your UCLA story. They claim that they have found a cure for baldness.
Whatever.
You bald guys never believe any of this.
No, I don't. Because I went bald at like 27, and it's been 20 years of baldness now for me, I think officially. And I have heard at least 15. Oh, major breakthrough. Here it comes. And you do the hair restoration now, but I'm not a candidate for that because I have no hair on the top of my head whatsoever. So, like, for some people, you can actually cure your baldness now. For someone like me, I need major medical breakthroughs.
So they're saying hair loss is caused by a multitude of factors, including aging, stress, hormonal imbalances, and bad genetics.
See bad genetics right here.
Despite advances, few remedies have ever worked for more than 1 in 3 people, leading bereft? What is that word?
I don't know.
B-E-R-E-F-T?
Bereft.
Bereft?
That's like bereavement sort of thing? Is that what that word?
If you're bereft?
Leaving the bereft, okay, to experiment with questionable treatments or endure...
The bereft is those who have lost.
Yeah, those who have, to experiment with questionable treatments or endure costly surgeries. The drugs Rogaine and Propecia have offered glimmers of hope for the follically challenged, but even bigger breakthroughs may be imminent, as UCLA scientists have now identified a small molecule that, when prompted, can waken long slumbering but undamaged follicles.
PP405.
The researchers have dubbed the transporting molecule PP405, perhaps as a tribute to another headache LA resident having... Oh, LA residents have to deal with the 405 freeway. Okay, that's stupid.
Yeah.
In scientific terms, the molecule is isolated and applied to a protein in the follicle stem cells that keeps the cells dormant. This inhibits the protein, and the stem cells are moved to awaken. Lab work on the molecule has been going on for almost a decade. In the first human trials conducted 2 years ago, researchers found the application of PP405 as a topical medicine onto the scalp at bedtime for a week produced promising results.
Yeah. You said a decade? Decade.
They have been studying for a decade.
And now we're just to the first clinical trial, and there's promising results?
First human trial.
Cool. I'll see you in another 15 years.
Although cautious with actual data, the UCLA researchers labeled the results statistically significant. Most importantly, they believe the treatment will produce full terminal hair rather than the peach fuzz variety produced by other contemporary miracle cure lotions and potions. How about that? That's pretty encouraging, dude.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
I've been Charlie Browned too many times. The football has been yanked. I'll believe it when I see it.
The 3 UCLA scientists behind the breakthrough are bullish on the potential of the treatment to reverse pattern hair loss, which affects more than half of all men and 1/4 of all women.
Of course they're bullish. They're always bullish. When's a scientist ever been like, hey, I've been working on something for a decade and I think this thing sucks?
It's not looking good, Jace. I don't think it's going to work.
Yeah. But I'm going to keep doing this. Of course they're bullish. I'm tired of this. I'm tired of these false promises.
No such product will work for everyone, but our first human trials in Orange County have been very encouraging, and there are larger trials with more people to follow.
It's not going to work for everyone, i.e., it's not going to work.
The other thing that happens is I feel like in a lot of these cases that are quote-unquote successful, the bar for what qualifies as regrowing your hair is exceptionally low, and you just get a little fuzz or stubble on there, and they're like, look, more hair! It's like, that's not, we can't call that hair.
It's like
you got some fuzz
transplanting
back.
ass hair. Yeah, it doesn't work.
What would ass hair look like on your head? Would that be better than pubes?
Could you call your friend ass hat?
I think that would definitely apply.
I don't know. I don't know.
Pube head.
I don't have enough hair on the sides and back to put on top of my head. So now you're doing this thing where you're going to rub some lotion on there, and I'm going to get like 3 centimeters of hair that's going to grow, and I'm supposed to be excited about that? I don't think so. I love how they're throwing out, won't work for everybody, but promising.
Well, you got to have you got to tamp down expectations. Lowry and his team were concerned that the PP405 small molecule might kill all of the follicles, but we were happy to be wrong about that.
It only kills some of them.
Through UCLA's Technology Transfer Group, which transforms brilliant research into global market products, the scientists have co-founded a medical development company called Pelage Pharmaceuticals. See, they're looking to make billions off of this.
Exactly.
Backed by Google Ventures last year, the company raised $16.4 million in funding to shepherd further trials and win official clearance. They say FDA approvals will take some time, as they should, but it will be worth waiting for. Ladies and gentlemen, baldness is cured.
Not happening. Not happening. It's all just false promises. The only way we're going to cure baldness is that we're going to be working on something else, like how they figured out how to cure saggy boners. Like, it'll be like a heart medication or whatever, and they're going to be like, hey.
Saggy boners.
Yeah. That's how they figured out the boners reward program.
But
it was like a heart
medication. What do you
medication.
mean by saggy boner? Like, is that's kind of a...
It was just kind of...
I think he means flaccid penis?
Flaccid penis.
Oh, well, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, because if you have a boner, it's not saggy.
Well, sometimes they're not all award winners. Sometimes
just
you got
very
like elite...
indifferent boner. It's kind of
Sometimes you got like Axl Rose up there, like welcome to. And other times you got Kip Winger. They're not all.
They're like, why are you waking me up here?
They're not all award winners.
We were just hanging out.
Wow.
So I think someone was working like on a blood pressure medication or whatever, and they're like, hey, this doesn't help your heart at all, but...
Isn't that typically how it works?
But saggy boners be gone.
Well, it's like Ozempic was some sort of...
Yeah, I think it was for like diabetes.
I think it was for diabetes, yeah.
It was like to help control whatever, and now they're like, hey, it stops you from being a fat ass.
Yeah.
So,
Fat shop drug.
Fat Chat.
That's what I'm figuring that one day, like someone's going to be working on something for like gout, and they're going to be like, "What? Cures baldness?" And
So we should take every product that we're working on for something else and put it on our heads and see if we get hair growth.
Exactly. Well, I guess like I went down a rabbit hole once on this, and I mean this goes back to like ancient like Rome and Greece. Like people have been rubbing stuff on their head to figure out baldness for centuries. No one wants to be bald despite what Jason Statham says. So, that's just something bald guys say because they can't grow hair.
This story says ancient Egyptians rubbed their bald heads with a mixture of dates, dog's paw, and donkey hoof.
Oh, there you go.
The Celtics cure involved mice in a jar. Is it Celtics or Celtic?
I think you can go either way, but most people say Celtic.
Celtic. The Celtic cure involved mice in a jar, and Native Americans turned to yucca juice.
Yucca juice? So you're saying if I rubbed a donkey hoof on my...
I think you should try it.
Where do I get a donkey hoof?
Probably at that shop.
Yeah!
I was going to say, ask your son's girlfriend.
Yeah, it's like, hey, Mia, do you have a...
She probably has one in her collection.
Do you have a dead donkey hoof that I can rub on top of my head?
Could you rub it with a live donkey hoof or dog paw? You've got a dog. You can just start rubbing Kaw's paw up there.
Yeah. Well, he does paw at me quite a bit. But...
What if that's it? And all of a sudden you start growing luscious hair, and you are the cure. You figured it out just by rubbing your dog's stupid paw on your head.
Kaw becomes the savior of all things, but you have to kill him in order to.
What if we have to clone Kaw?
Oh, there you go. I get free Kaws forever.
You better charge.
They keep cloning him.
You better charge a pretty penny for that. That's your dog.
Damn right. And yet he can't cure my baldness. I have, I am saying this, I have zero faith that in my lifetime I will ever fix what is top.
You clearly can improve it, but I get what you're saying. It's like full fix. No. Yeah, you're already old anyway, so it's like. But things are progressing. It's just, I get your skepticism. It might look really bad.
Maybe on my deathbed, I'll have like a sweet head of hair. That's what's going to happen. I'm going to get a sweet head of hair and then I'm going to die.
All right, we'll wrap it up next on The Fan.
The Fan is live on YouTube, Twitch, and now Window Nation brings you the window into the Fan. On-demand YouTube video shorts with your favorite fan shows and hosts. The window into the Fan is brought to you by Window Nation. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com to schedule your free in-home estimate. Watch Window Nation's Window into the Fan.
P1 Scott with a good question. He asks, which happens first, Suit grows a sweet head of hair, or we attend opening game of Portland's Major League Baseball team?
Opening day. Not even close. I think there's a chance.
Well, I hope so.
I think there's a chance we get baseball. I don't think there's much of a chance I get a sweet head of hair.
What if I gave you a luscious head of hair right now?
Jeff Bridges hair, huh?
Yes.
Yeah.
But that's what you've always wanted.
Oh, what I've always wanted.
But in return, Portland is denied
Sorry, Portland.
Major League Baseball.
Sorry.
You'd do that? You would do that. You would take that away from us so you could look like Jeff Bridges?
No one has to know that, right? I have to publicly do that?
No, it'll be a headline on KGW.com.
Ah, hell.
The news media will be wanting to interview you with your hair. I mean, we'll get a lot of FaceTime.
It'd be great. Unfortunately, if it was public, I would have to. Oh, my God. Sorry, the Mets committed another error. I would... Does it say something, too, that the Knicks-Celtics game is right down to the wire, and yet I'm watching Mets-Pirates in the ninth?
Yes, it does.
Sorry.
Because this Knicks-Celtics game is fire.
Well, so is this Pirates-Mets game. It's a big game.
The Pirates suck. Why can't you beat the Pirates?
I don't know. All right. Bottom line is, I'm being 100% honest. If it was public, I would have to take the baseball team. If it was private and I got to, just keep it to myself, that's a tougher decision. I'd like to think that I would still do the greater good, and I would try to convince myself that we should get baseball, but, dude, I've wanted baseball in Portland for, a long time. I've wanted Jeff Bridges' hair for my entire life. Because even when I had hair, it wasn't very good. You're telling me I get Jeff Bridges' hair?
And you can
How am I supposed to pass that up?
But you can justify it because you can say, well, we've never had baseball, so people
Exactly.
don't know what they're missing.
And I hate to say this, but I can go to Hops games, I can go to Pickles games, I can drive to Mariner games.
Never had Major League Baseball.
Yes, and I've never had Major League hair. You don't want to put that. You don't want to put me in that situation because I'm not certain which way that's going.
I think you are certain, and it's the hair.
I don't want to say I'm certain, but I'm being 100% honest. I'm leaning right now. I'm leaning. You would have to, I would need a real convincing from the public. I would need someone who's dying wish was to see a game in Portland. I would need a lot of guilt trip because it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough to turn down.
I don't think the dying wish does it.
A great.
I don't know what does it. Should we get you in front of city council? And I don't know how. I don't know how we talk you off of that.
Again, we can go see baseball other places. I can't get hair any other way.
I know.
Is that really being selfish?
Yes, it is. But at least you're owning it.
Yeah, right?
I would have a real hard time. I mean, I don't know what it would be.
Yeah.
You give me amount of money, I would be like, screw you, Portland. You're not getting baseball.
Right? Yeah.
I'm taking the money and now I'm out of here.
Yeah.
Find me on a beach somewhere. But that'd have to be a lot of dough.
Sure.
Although, does it?
Yeah, I don't think it would have to be a lot of dough. Rob, seriously,
what if it's
it would not take a lot of money.
So let's say somebody offers you.
Yeah.
Let's say someone offers you no head of hair.
Yeah.
Actually, no. I'm going to give you a choice.
Mm-hmm.
This is for you.
Yeah.
You can have the Jeff Bridges hair instantly.
Yeah.
You can have $1 million, or Portland gets a Major League Baseball team.
See, again, $1 million isn't enough to retire. It's not enough to really. I mean,
that's why I said $1 million.
God bless America. And I still have to pay for my own tickets. I don't get season tickets, right? I got to pay for my own tickets.
You want season tickets?
I want season tickets.
No.
I need season tickets. I'm probably taking the $1 million.
You're taking the milli over the hair. So I can give you $1 million right now.
Guess the hair wasn't that important.
I guess it wasn't, you little bitch.
$1 million is a lot. It's tax-free too, right?
I don't think so. I mean, the government's going to know about it.
Well, I'll tell you what.
I mean, you can try to hide it.
I'd certainly try to hide it. That would honestly be a really, really tough.
Okay, take baseball out of it because you're going to be selfish
$1
either way.
million is right along that line where it changes it, but it doesn't. You can't retire on that.
Okay, I'm going to give you $1 million, or I'm going to give you a luscious head of Jeff Bridges' hair.
I don't know what to do. I would be in a conundrum. See, there I would want to take
them. You want the hair, but you take the money.
See, I'd want the money, but I'm afraid that I would just take the hair. I would take the hair. Because there's a chance, again, that I could find a way to make $1 million. I can't make more hair.
That's fair. All right, we got to run.
I'm taking the hair.
We are back tomorrow, 3 to 7 on the Fan. Good night.